we have a data which shows the diversity of various kind of disability, let's say. Now the tick box is what are the disability, but there is no tick box for what are the abilities, right? Because you have to write on the abilities with the same person which is having disability. So I mean, what I'm giving example is that, let's say my hands are not working, let's say I mean one of the disability, but should we only work on making that hand work, or should we work that your mouth is working, your voice is working, your eyes are working, your mind is working, your other parts of the body is working, and how those working and the devices and the able devices can actually make it not even think about my hand. It's something like we used to use remote control which is handled by hand, but now all the remote controls are voice enabled, you know, so voice controlled. So I am controlling all the remote controls by voice. So I don't need my hand for managing. I'm just giving one example. So rather than thinking that, you know, I will create, you know, something non-handheld, you think about what are the things voice enabled, eyes enabled, you know, visual enabled, and that is where the real innovation and contextualization is very important. And I would like to say that while I am not denying, and it must be that our census or data collection on the diversified people must be done. Beside that, we should have equal effort that what are the already available ability oriented things which is available, which can contextualize. So for example, can we have a list of everything that a mobile phone does which is directly related to the people with disability? Because mobile device is the most able device among all the other devices in terms of making you work in something like it can transliterate, it can you don't have to see and it will speak it out your messages. There are many other things that the mobile gives you, and in a very secure manner, by keeping your data also very secure, the mobile does. But I don't know, and many of the people with disability do not know, and especially if I don't know, which I'm a source of enabler in some of the community, then it's a pity that I don't know. And so, can there be a whole, you know, what you call the whole write up, the checklist, and everything, that these are the things that we must apply? You know, there are all the able things that. Let's say digital access public center should be at a village level. It should have a ramp, but it should have 100 other things, which is not done. And for example, none of our websites are voice enabled, none of the ways are hearing enabled, you know, or visually enabled. That is the first thing that we should do, you know. And to do that, you just have to make it mobile enabled. If you do mobile enabled, then automatically your content can also be read out and everything, which rather than doing on a typical web or traditional web version. So I'm saying that in the last sentence is that, you know, we must do the data collection and data solution from the very high level contextualization and making cross pollination of the facilitation of all the ability oriented things which can enable, rather than only focusing on disability.
Thank you, Sam.
I think I'd
think
like to add, Fawaz.
Maitreya, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think I like to differ with my friend a little bit here, because I think, you know, the problem with the entire data collection effort is not the focus on disability or ability. And I in fact, I feel that the very distinction between ability and disability, I think, is a very medicalized conception of disability, you know, because we only focus on particular organ senses or impairments. And I think we have come a long way after a lot of battle and advocacy to kind of do away with that in the society, and especially with governments who have increasingly been relying on you know, impairment based metrics to collect data about people or to categorize people with disabilities. And I think in India this is specifically evident. You know, the 2016 Act only recognizes 21 categories of disabilities, which is a very narrow way of defining disability. You know, if you see the UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it talks about a broader approach. It talks about, you know, social barriers. It talks about attitudinal barriers, and disability is defined from a more of a social model perspective, where you think about how societies, you know, posing barriers for people with disabilities, versus what the ability or the disability of a particular individual is. I think that is why this data collection efforts have been failing, because is that we the official data says that people with disabilities are 2 to 5% of the Indian population. But according to the World Health Organization, the 15% of the world population lives with some or the other form of a disability. And uh, if you ask me, I think this number is only going to be more in the Indian context, because we also have high numbers of people who are poor, people who face other forms of marginalization, including lack of access to healthcare. So the number of people with disabilities is going to be more. But our data collection efforts have been failing because we don't want to count those people. We don't want to count all those who might be eligible to identify as a person with disability. So I think this ability disability distinction, I feel, is very medicalized, and I think we need to probably uh, take the UNCRPD approach, take a more social model approach, and think about larger barriers, larger universal access issues, when we think about disability and data collection. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mitra. I think that's well taken. And I could see you nodding through most of it. We can continue this engagement also if you want to.
No, we can have this. I don't have any disagreement to what you're saying, that because maybe the when you narrate anything, there can always be a different articulation of different things. So the people who deal with data deal with laws and orders. I don't even know how to do that, but I totally agree that yes, there is a perception of looking at disability from the very medical perspective, and that is the reason why I mentioned that most of our activities are related to not looking at it with several other abilities, and take positive stance on that one to make it more work.
Sure. I think this is an interesting conversation. We are down to the last 20 minutes. So we'll have one more question each to Maitreya and to Eleni. And then we have some time for taking questions and observations from our participants. Before moving forward, I would just like to remind all the participants who've just joined us that we have a document around suggested code for best practices for an inclusive internet. This is a collaborative document. We'll request you before leaving, please get access to the document from my colleague Nidhi, who's standing here, and we will continue to take suggestions till the end of the day, and we'll try to get some of these suggestions included in the IGF call to action. So now, without further ado, Maitreya, I would like to take the next question to you, especially because you've been working on automated decision-making systems. Also, you've been talking about how fairness in AI is a conversation that needs to include persons with disabilities much more. And in your last answer, actually, you were talking about how the automated accessibility plugins that we see are inherently deceptive. Some of that we know is also because of, as we said, the corruption of the data set itself, the fact that it doesn't account for the diversity that is there among persons with disabilities. But I guess my question to you right now is, given this context, how do you think we can begin to ask for accountability from automated decision-making systems, especially from the perspective of persons with disabilities?
Thank you so much. I think that's a great question, and I think I like to break down my answer into sort of two. I think I'll break it based on the two kind of broader technologies that I see in the market. One is quote unquote technologies that are specifically designed for people with disabilities, and the other is mainstream technologies that people with disabilities also use as users. So the first category, where we think about automated and AI-based technologies such as assistive technologies, particularly that are designed particularly for people with disabilities. I think when we think about accountability here, I think my first argument is there is a lot of pseudoscience and a lot of these broader unchecked optimism with AI powered assistive technologies. I think everyone these days, I feel, is coming out with an AI powered assistive technologies in the market without understanding what their implications would be on people with disabilities. To give you a very small example, especially in the care space, for people with disabilities who require caregiving support, people uh, such as muscular dystrophy or other cerebral palsy or other disabilities who might require, based on the severity of disability, might require caregiving support. A lot of AI-powered smart robots are being adopted across the world, saying that these technologies would be transformative for people with disabilities, not realizing that these technologies might violate privacy of people with disabilities. Whether do you do need these technologies at all? Like, why would you need to replace humans with a robot when it comes to disability caregiving? There are many other issues. There are assistive technologies that claim to fix certain disabilities like autism, and I think that is something that is very deeply problematic, because disability is not some not an ailment or a disease that needs to be fixed, or an abnormality that needs to be fixed. And there are many AI powered technologies currently in the market that claim to quote unquote cure disabilities. So I think for me, the fairness conversation starts here, to ask if we need a certain technologies for people with disabilities at all. And if we need them, who decides what is good for people with disabilities? Should it be a certain corporation sitting in somewhere in the US, run by non-disabled people, thinking if a technology would be good or bad for a person with disability? Or should it be a person with disability or a group of people with disabilities thinking about technologies themselves? The second broader point is around mainstream technologies, and I think there is so much AI and so much automation around us, and I think that's where people with disabilities are very marginalized in the conversation today. A lot of research that has happened has focused on racial minorities, or for gender, but there is very little research that has focused on how AI technologies impact people with disabilities, or how fairness matrix can cater to disability. A lot of my recent research at Harvard has been on how AI fairness matrix and AI governance policies both explicitly exclude disability from their ambit. So, to give you an example, a lot of LLMs these days, like ChatGPT, are trained to not discriminate against people of color or people belonging to racial minorities. But they're not trained on, avoiding discrimination against people with disabilities. And I've in my work, I've illustrated how this discrimination actually manifests with ChatGPT and other generative AI tools like Gemini for people with disabilities. And I think there are several issues with this. There are issues with, as you said, with the data, because this is a long-standing issue. We don't have enough data on people with disabilities. The data that we have is often very biased, because there's been so much societal stigma against people with disabilities in, I think, almost every jurisdiction or every country. So there is this problem of data. Then the other problem is that people with disabilities usually never considered, they are never thought about when a technology is designed or deployed. So people with disabilities usually never on the table. The workforce participation of people with disabilities, especially in the technology sector, is very less. So the representation is an issue. And the third is, when you think about governance policies, they also do not adequately consider disability. So when you think about how a technology should be, free of biases, or when they pose risks and so on, disability is not considered. And that's something that you can see in other jurisdictions. So the European AI Act, for example, does not consider how a biometric technology might impact people with disabilities, and they put biometric technologies in the lower risk criteria. Whereas, to me and to a lot of other researchers, biometric technologies pose significant risk for people with disabilities. So I think there are many issues with the larger AI fairness conversations. the larger AI bias conversations when it comes to disability. And I think to kind of end with, I think I like to put this in like the broad themes of one, lack of representation of people with disabilities in these conversations. Two, a lot of false optimism or a lot of hype around AI powered assistive technologies without understanding if they are even effective, what they are seeking to do, what is the intent of the companies that are manufacturing such technologies. And I think the third is this larger marginalization of disability from um, different technological stages, or the different stages of a technology life cycle, right from design, then to deployment, and then to governance. So I think this is broadly my understanding of the larger landscape of automated systems right now.
Thank you, Maitreya. That's a very detailed, very, and I know you were trying to contain not into a very little. So thank you so much for doing that. Uh, we have 10 minutes now, and very quickly, Eleni, if we could go to you in 3 minutes or 4 minutes, if you could just, you've had UNESCO has done so much work on open learning, distance learning. So, and in your from your own experience, if you could talk a little bit about the challenges of automated decision making, especially in a field like education, and some either guidelines, ethical, safeguards, principles that we should keep in mind when approaching AI systems for persons with for that impact persons with disabilities. And of course, when I say AI systems, I mean AI systems that are absolutely necessary, as Maitreya would say, not just any systems because we want to make them, but AI systems that are necessary or that are going to impact persons with disabilities. Eleni, if you could just respond to that.
Yes,
4
yes.
minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Fahad. So the work UNESCO has been doing in education is about. I mean, we see that there are really a lot of challenges by learners with disabilities in online education. So the accessibility gaps in content and in platforms have to be recognized. There are tools that remain inaccessible, often incompatible with assistive technologies that leave learners with disabilities excluded. So these barriers are also accentuated by digital skill gaps and limited access to resources. We have a lack of inclusive pedagogies and capacity building and training for educators in universal design for learning that further exacerbates these issues. So automated decision-making systems in education pose even more risks for persons with disabilities because biases in data and algorithms often result in discriminatory outcomes, such as biased admissions, decisions, assessments, or resource allocation. Transparency and accountability remain significant concerns, and ADM systems often make unjust decisions. And they fail to consider the diverse needs of persons with disabilities. And what we are trying to do by addressing all the challenges is to work with member states on guidelines and implementation policies to include ethical AI development in education, and also guidelines to include policies for not only persons with disabilities. What Mr. Shah said in his comment, that now the definition has to include all marginalized communities and vulnerable groups. Even autism and people with dyslexia and learning difficulties like this. So what we think is, I'm going to share in the chat all the links on some documents that UNESCO has been working on. And I want to end by a field example that we had with the Rwanda Education Board. We trained, we worked with the Rwanda Education Board and the Light for the World NGO to foster digital skills development with teachers that have disabilities. And we really saw that it is very, very important to have teachers with disabilities be represented within the communities and the whole education ecosystem. And we had a very, very interesting case study based on that. And they provided constructive feedback on the guidelines. And we actually enriched the guidelines for the governments based on their feedback. So that's all for me.
Thank you.
I will share all the links
Yes.
in the chat.
We
Thank
love
you.
that. Thank you, Lenny. And we have some observation from participants. I think we can. We'll just get the mic to you, sir.
Thank you. To introduce myself, I am Dr. Muhammad Shabir from Pakistan, and I am the coordinator of Internet Governance Forum's Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. So I am really impressed by the discussions, though I am sorry that I joined a little bit late due to another session that I was speaking at. So as the coordinator of Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, I would just want to flag that we have accessibility guidelines. Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability is one of the old setups within the IGF system, and it has been advising IGF on organizing accessible meetings for people with disabilities. So we have a revised guidelines out there on the DC booths, which if in person participants can go and see there, get them from there. And if someone needs a Braille copy, that is also available there. Secondly, I would agree with the speaker from Harvard. I think it was Metra. Pardon if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. There are deceptive practices within the data systems, particularly when we talk about AI and algorithm-based systems. Many of the things have already been said, but one concern that I have as a person with disability, we all use a number of AI-based systems. And we all know that data as the oil of AI is being used to train these systems. As person with disabilities, sometimes we use these applications systems for many of our personal documents, personal performances, some work, etc. So there is a lot of private data feeded to these applications and systems of persons with disabilities. Same is the case for people who are hard of hearing, those who use these technologies for interpretation and translation, be in sign language interpretation or otherwise in their conversations. So a lot of data is going into these applications. We don't know because there are privacy policies, but they are, to my understanding, except for Be My Eyes or some other applications, they have not, many of the applications have not changed their privacy policies. So these also need to be looked at from a friendly perspective. One last point that, and it does not need a response, but I want to leave this to you as an afterthought. There is a disability definition by the CRPD which states people have impairments and disability occurs when those impairments interact with the societal barriers. If those barriers are removed, disabilities are removed. But broadening this definition, and this includes people with learning disabilities, autism, and stuff. But my friends from India would understand there is a lot of efforts of abuse of these definitions by of the disabilities and getting advantages on behalf of persons with disabilities, posing as persons with disabilities. So, on one hand, while I agree that we need to encompass all disabilities into the definitions, but we need to have certain policies where impersonators could be kept out of those kind of facilities where people with disabilities are facilitated, but some impersonators come and get advantages in the name of persons with disabilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc Saab. I know that there is more scope for conversation right now, but unfortunately, we are very much out of time. Thank you so much for joining us, even if it was for a little bit. And we are still here. If anyone wants to chat, have a conversation, the document is still up. You can comment on it, leave your suggestions. And I would like to particularly thank our on-site speaker, Osama Manzar, for joining us, for sharing your learnings, your experiences. I'd like to thank Maitreya for joining us from such a different time zone and bringing your insights into this. I'm sure we have a lot to learn from you, and I encourage everyone actually to check out Maitreya Shah online, check out his page on the UC Berkeley website. Some very interesting articles. I was recently reading one on how the AI conversation needs to include voices with disabilities. Do go and check those out. Also, thank you so much, Eleni, for joining us, for sharing your very valuable insights. And thank you, everyone, for taking out the time. We'll keep this conversation going. See you around. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
आपको पिछली बार भी देखा था इनके साथ
You want me to try? Do you hear me? Perfect. Thanks. I don't know. She told me six. I six. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Fine. You don't need four inputs. Okay. So it's enough on for the argument. Now, let's discuss.
Evening, everyone. Welcome to this session. We are starting 2 minutes late, which is unacceptable, but I hope you forgive us. It's day 3 of the IGF, so I think we are fading a little bit. My name is Anriette Esterhuizen. I am from South Africa. I'm from currently with the Association for Progressive Communications. And this workshop has been organized by the Global Network Initiative along with other partners. None of them are here.
But I hope we do them justice. And the topic that we'll be discussing, I think, is probably a topic that has been, I've certainly been in multiple sessions at this IGF to talk about multi-stakeholder best practices, but particularly how we can understand multi-stakeholder best practices in the context of the Net Mondial plus 10, which took place in May this year, and which produced this document. It's not an official document produced by the UN, but it's a document that was created in a bottom-up way, and which is, I think, really owned by all the people that were part of that process. And I'm going to ask some of our panelists. I'm going to stray a little bit from the script. I hope I have your permission. And then also the Global Digital Compact, this new process which became formalized at the Summit of the Future in September this year in New York, which gives very strong endorsement for the multi-stakeholder approach. And then, of course, the World Summit on the Information Society, the UN process that I think consolidated and mainstreamed the idea of multi-stakeholder collaboration as being, I think, generally a good idea. But in the case of the information society, the internet and digitalization, it's kind of a non-negotiable. You can't actually do anything really effectively in development and digital and human rights and inclusion if you do not have effective collaboration and participation from the private sector, the technical community, governments, and civil society. And I know we don't always have them as a separate group, but the academic and research community, think tanks, and researchers all around the world. So what we want to achieve, I want to check if Ramsha from GNI is online yet. Ramsha, I'm looking for you online. I don't see you yet. But just to emphasize what the goal of this workshop is, we really want to look at where are there gaps and what are the key challenges and what are the opportunities that we can take from all these processes that I've just mentioned to really strengthen multi-stakeholder engagement using the IGF and coordinating and synergizing how we strengthen multi-stakeholder engagement. I think what the Net Mondial guidelines told us is that it's not just in this multi-stakeholder arena that we need to strengthen our processes. Ah, fantastic, Flavia, welcome. It's also in the multilateral space. But just to get us started and I think also to make sure there's a level playing field. And I think everyone, I want you to, I will open the audience, but I want people to raise their hands. I think we are on day 3 of the IGF. You've discussed many of these issues. So I'm going to ask people in the room to interrupt. If you want to say something at any point, put up your hand. As long as you brief, it's absolutely fine, so that we can have very dynamic interaction between the panelists and the room, assuming that's okay. But I think I want to start and ask Bruna. I said earlier that the Net Mondial +10 and the Sao Paulo guidelines has very strong ownership from those who created it. It might also have had gaps. But can you just tell everyone in very brief terms what was Net Mondial +10? What are the Sao Paulo guidelines? And why is there both, on the one hand, strong ownership, but on the other hand, also a feeling that it's not official enough?
Thanks, Henriette, and thanks for the invitation. I think that looking back at Net Mondial +10, it was a community-oriented and steered process, right? Net Mondial was multi-stakeholder from its very beginning. It's an initiative that was shifted towards by the Brazilians, NIC.PR, but in the previous edition by the governments. This year we had a huge support from the government yet. In terms of the ownership, I think it's because it set for itself the challenge of addressing all of the gaps we perceived from the GDC process and attempted to improving that. The São Paulo guidelines, they are a set of principles and process steps as a how-to for effective implementation of multi-stakeholder in internet governance and digital policy, right? And the goal, and in doing so, we must also look forward to implementing openness, inclusiveness, and agility in internet governance, as well as the need for all stakeholders to be well informed. So I think, like in very brief words, I think the ownership comes from that. It is a community bottom-up initiative. It lies a lot on the success of the first edition of the initiative, and last but not least, it aims in addressing all of the gaps that we saw throughout the GDC process. Thanks.
Thanks very much for that, Bruna. And I didn't introduce my panel. I was waiting for Flavia, but that Bruna is from civil society. She can tell you more about herself. She's a member of the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. So one of the people that organized this event and that we are part of. And also was on what was the body?
The high-level executive committee.
The high-level executive committee of Net Mondial +10. So just to jump into the kind of substance of multi-stakeholder collaboration. I mean, Isabel, it's become quite a buzzword. We talk about it Some governments are more explicit about how they support it, how they use it. Some governments are more cautious about how and when they use it. But from your perspective, Isabel is with Ofcom, the Swiss government's Office on Communications, so very much right inside government, but very active in multiple multi-stakeholder processes. But what do you think governments should do to deliver on this promise and potential of multi-stakeholder processes? And what do you think they are, certainly in your experience, what are they doing well, and what do you think they're not doing well?
Thank you, Henriette. That is a great question and a very difficult question to answer. I think government can and should play a vital role in assuring that we have inclusive and open processes. I think the main point and our main responsibility as governments is to ensure that all of the relevant voices are being heard and are being listened to and are being taken into account. But the really difficult part is how can we do that, and where is our capacity to do that highlighted? I think governments have often a very strong convening power. We can sometimes set details on who will be included in a room in a discussion, and this is a power that we should use to make sure that everybody can be part of the conversation. So that means, on one part, being present in multi-stakeholder spaces, for example, at the IGF, be it at the international IGF, the regional ones, the national ones. So being very active in those processes, making sure that governments are also there and it's not just other stakeholders talking in between themselves, being part of the conversation, but also making sure within other structures and other forums that where there is a space and a need to include stakeholders, we make sure that they are all in the room with us. So I think that would be, for me, the main role and the main possibility for governments to do. And of course, this is much easier said than done. And there is a way forward. I think at least Switzerland tries its best to include all stakeholders in our discussions, in our conversations, make sure that if we are planning a panel, we are not just inviting governments to speak, and we are using our convening power as best as we can. But there is more that we can do, and I think we should push for that and include that in all processes. I think that is the main point I would say here.
I want to ask you just a follow-up question, and anyone else is welcome to respond as well. What is the difference between a government facilitating multi-stakeholder cooperation and a government living up to its constitutional obligations for public participation in policy making?
Oh, I think it's a very good question. I think a lot there enters in how does government include this perspective nationally, and how do they make sure that this is also included internationally? And I think this is a distinction that is not always very easy to navigate. I mean, for governments within their country and then internationally, in Switzerland, we have a very strong will, and we have a lot of public participation at the national level. We do a lot of consultations. We have a semi-direct democracy, so we vote on many issues, and we have everyone sort of being part of the conversation at the national level. This is something we strive for and work for. And then at the international plane, this is where it becomes a bit more complicated, because, I mean, first, we have to find an agreement between governments and between stakeholders. Who should be included? How should we include them? What is meaningful? How do we make sure everybody's in the room? And this is where we think that the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines is a very useful tool to not just talk the talk, but actually walk the walk. It's a way for us to see what are the main questions we should ask ourselves. How do we make sure that these principles that we find valuable and necessary, how can we actually use them? So what should we include? How should we include? How do we make sure that if there is a power imbalance, we have thought about it and try to mitigate it as best as possible? Of course, it will never be perfect, but we can do better. And now we have a sort of roadmap on how we can do better. And I think this is very useful. And this is why it's such an important document to read and to include in our processes.
Thanks very much for that response, Isabel. I think, speaking from civil society and someone who does a lot of not all, but a lot of my work in Africa. What you said actually, I think mirrors. I think many governments who have some reservations about the multi-stakeholder approach don't really have it about working at national level. They're much more comfortable. They work very closely with the private sector at national level. Civil society sometimes thinks they work too closely with the private sector at national level. They also collaborate with civil society and grassroots organization. It's when you get to a global forum that there's more caution about that multi-stakeholder approach. And I think that's exacerbated by the fact that many developing country governments already feel fairly disempowered in global arenas. And when they feel they have to not just be effective and influential to, in relation to countries that are much more powerful and rich and influential than they are, but also deal with the multi-stakeholder community, it is quite challenging. But Bruna, as a member of the MAG, what are the lessons? And the MAG is a multi-stakeholder advisory group. It's supposed to be perfect. And it's been going for a long time. This is how many at IGF? 19th IGF. What do you think we can learn from the IGF? And, when in applying the multi-stakeholder approach, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing right?
Maybe I'll start by saying that I think 2024 has been one of those inflection points, right? Or years where the internet governance space was all sorts of crazy or dynamic in that sense. Everyone was talking about WSIS plus 20, GDC, Pact for the Future, what is going to happen with the IGF, how ICANN is going to react to those spaces, what happens with the ATF, and many of those things, and how all of those missions or questions would be integrated, right? We had a lot of meaningful processes. We had a lot of all of them taking place at the same time. And I think that some of those spaces, like the GDC, in my personal opinion, they have presented a rather serious risk for the way we do things at the IGF, which is bottom-up, multi-stakeholder, and ensuring everyone has a say and has a microphone above all, right? And coming back to the IGF, I would say that this is the main value of this space, that everyone is here, gets to come here or gets to join sessions remotely, given that the remote participation is working. And at the same time, this is a space that relies a lot on the diversity of perspectives and not just in terms of the difference of opinions, but the difference in terms of backgrounds and expertise. This is a space where you hear to people from the Pacific, people from Brazil like me, or Tanzania, talking about different aspects around internet governance. And to me, that's one of the core aspects. So the big diversity around stakeholders, perspectives, backgrounds, and so on. And I would say that this is what makes the IGF one of the primary spaces for internet governance and digital cooperation related issues, because over the course of almost 20 years, the space has been leveraging on all of these vast community experts and expertises in order to move forward and to evolve its model. Back to the challenges, I would say, to put it more bluntly, I would say that the tension to what the GDC seems to have catered between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism is one of the challenges, right? And that is because there has always been somehow a clear ask for some member states for more silo discussions or exclusive mechanisms. And the point is that, right, we need to balance those two expectations. It's something that the São Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines try to do by making some waves or some, signalization to the multilateral spaces, but one should not overcome the other. We should achieve for balanced spaces in that sense. So maybe I'll stop here, Riet. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Flavia, let's go to you. Flavia's from, did you want to? Oh, sorry. Thanks a lot. Flavia is from Meta, and Meta has really invested in time and people in participating in many of these spaces. Picking up from what Bruna said about this being a year of, I guess you used the term inflection point. We had the culmination of the Summit of the Future, the Global Digital Compact. and we have the WSIS plus 20 process well underway now, and of course we have the IGF. How have you participated as a company in this process, and what, from your perspective, what works and what doesn't work?
Sure, thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Flavia Alves, Director of International Organizations for Meta. And I have been doing an internet governance and multi-stakeholderism processes for the past 20 years. From the 19 IGFs, I think I have been on half of them, so maybe a good chunk of IGFs. We, as Meta, we believe it's important to have a level playing field, that all stakeholders should be part of processes that deal with internet governance. Historically, we are in the peak, and I agree completely with Bruna, we are on the peak of diverse of multilateral and multi-stakeholder processes dealing with issues related to internet governance. If we go back to WSIS 2006 or WSIS plus 10, or before WSIS plus 10, there was a clear division between multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism, and what do we do on the multi-stakeholderism as opposed to multilateralism. One of them was internet governance, and that's why the IGF was created. Internet governance issues were supposed to be treated on a level playing field with all tech communities, civil society, private sector, governments, and international organizations would have a voice. Right now, we are in dealing with processes where private sector might not have had voices, including tech communities and civil society. We are looking forward to see what the UN Global Digital Compact implementation is going to be. But the reality is that through the process, which is multilateral processes, which I should have said in the beginning, there is a difference between multilateral processes that want to have input from other stakeholders through multi-stakeholder processes. In the case of multilateral processes, I believe that the Global Digital Compact could have got a little bit more of participation from civil society, private sector, and tech community, and then be transparent on how those comments or etc. were intaken and uptaken by the Global Digital Compact. We participated at the WSIS plus 10 in the past, and there was an opening processes for consultations. There were consultations that were taken into account into a final document, and then a final document for folks to have comments on. Everything is still on the UN website. We have like dates and meetings. We were in the room during WSIS plus 10. I would have hoped that the Global Digital Compact was similar, and then I'm hoping that WSIS plus 20 will be similar. We have an opportunity, and I think Meta is going to try as much as possible to be together with tech community and civil society to be part of the WSIS plus 20 process, to work with the co-facilitators to make sure there are consultations, that we are in the room and that we are providing comments to the several documents that are going to come. And I think we have those opportunities through the several other multi-stakeholder process that we have into then. There is the ICANN meeting, there will be other conference, but there is also IGF in Norway before the WSIS. And so I would invite this community for us to work closely together to see how and what do we want from WSIS plus 20. There is also the discussion, are we going to be able to build upon what WSIS plus 10 has agreed on that resolution? Are we open for new comments? And then we need to map out which issues do we want to address as a community, as a multi-stakeholder community. What are the issues that are there that we should be readdressing now? There are issues that, unfortunately, I think we're going to have a lot of challenge conversations to be able to agree on. To say the least, one on internet governance or another on human rights. However, there is the renewal of the IGF, and I think we all want to renew the IGF, I would assume. The question here for this group is also how do we make the IGF even more relevant for others so that we can have more governments present, more civil society, and even more colleagues of ours and other tech peers, private sector community present here. Meta is committed to the IGF, and then through the years, as the IGF changed location, etc., we increased our participation back again after COVID. This year we had presence, like a global diverse delegation from all over the regions but Europe. And so I'm at Asia, LATAM, NORAM, as well as content experts. So we had safety, privacy, and I talking to stakeholders in every little corner here, because we believe it's important for us to exchange, and the power of IGF among all is also the convening power that it brings. So I hope that we can continue that spirit and we can continue to invest in these processes, but together. If we go in silos, just as Bruna just said, governments sometimes want to work in silos. I think the other communities, we should come together. The tech communities, civil society, private sector, just as we do at the ITU, a multilateral forum where we all have a sit. So I guess I'll stop there, otherwise I could go for years.
I mean, it all makes sense, but I think what I don't hear is what does it mean to not work in silos? You know, what does it mean to all come together? Do we all just come to the IGF? It's a multi-stakeholder space. We all sit together. We talk together, but does it make it? Do we really effectively? Are we effectively able to engage about this is where there's a common interest, this is where there's a divergent interest? Do we come together as sectors, or do we come together as individual companies, individual governments, individual civil society organizations? I think we sometimes romanticize the past of the WSIS and the wonderful WSIS multi-stakeholder process. What we forget, those of us who were there at the time, like Tijani and myself, is that we had bureaus. We had a civil society bureau, we had a private sector bureau, and governments, of course, have to negotiate with one another. And we had, within civil society, before every opportunity to give an input on an item of the agenda, we had to reach internal consensus. And it was very, very difficult. But we had to. And we were given the space by the WSIS process to meet, and we were forced to reach consensus. And then our consensus statement was given to governments. And governments took our consensus statements quite seriously. The same thing with the private sector. You did not have individual companies submitting their views. Businesses had to work together and decide these are our priorities. And I think we sometimes forget that to have effective multi-stakeholder collaboration, you need coherent stakeholder processes within those stakeholder groups. And I think the same applies for regional multi-stakeholder processes. For Africa to have a strong voice in the global IGF or in the WSIS, Africa has to have a strong regional multi-stakeholder process, but it also needs a strong regional multilateral process. So I'm trying to unpack a little bit, I think we all believe in this modality. We believe in the multi-stakeholder approach, but I think we recognize that it needs to be better. I think Net Mundial Sao Paulo Guidelines is trying to make us do that. And I guess my final challenge, and I want you all to react to this, is that it takes resources. I think sometimes we look at the multi-stakeholder approach as a more cost-effective approach because we put everyone in the same space. But is effective multi-stakeholder processes not also actually quite resource and time intensive? But I've now challenged the panel, but I want to open it to the room and also online. If there's anyone who wants to ask a question or make a comment, and then we'll go back to our panel. Tijani, please, can we have a mic? Can we ask one of our, excuse me, the volunteer on her cell phone in the back of the room? Sorry, can you help us with the microphone, please? Flavia. I'm kind of doing it out of principle.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And very much.
Tijani, just introduce yourself and be brief.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Tijani Benjama. I am from Tunisia, civil society from the beginning. And yet, I really thank you for asking what does mean working in silos. We know that governments want to work in silos, but what about the other stakeholders? Are there have there any kind or any aspect of multi-stakeholder in their work, in their do they consult with civil society? Do they consult with governments? This is a very important point. when we speak about multi-stakeholder model, we speak about it for all the stakeholders, not only for the governments. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments from the question? Please go ahead from the floor.
Is that working? Hi, my name is Lena. I'm with Search for Common Ground, a peace-building organization, and the Council on Tech and Social Cohesion. I wonder whether or not we're being honest enough about the relationship between governments, the UN, civil society, and big tech. Because it feels like the only things that are actually making things move is litigation, certain regulations that threaten fines or extreme reputational damage. And sometimes I'm just not sure that these kinds of forums are really raising the issue. And I think it has changed, right? We have in billions of dollars of lobby funds going to countries that are trying to move the needle around certain regulations so that those regulations don't happen. And I'm not seeing necessarily that big tech is wanting a coherence from a regulatory standpoint. And just to give it an illustration of what I'm talking about, we've seen that when it comes to online safety, protection of women and children, the kinds of things that are on many panels here, that this information has been known by the companies for a long time, you know, and yet they're waiting until regulations in Europe force them to do different things. Meanwhile, the global South is not benefiting from any of those changes and protections. So I'm really trying to just see whether or not the multi-stakeholder model isn't being threatened by this, and are we being honest about that? Thank you.
Hello, Dana Kramer for the record, representing my youth IGF Canada. I'm curious about the panel. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. It seems to be cutting in and out of my own. I'm curious if the panel can speak to implementation of the GDC and where it could be implemented. So kind of building off of the last question about our IGFs, are we seeing that practical element? And I'm wondering if the panel could maybe speak to points but would the IGF be the best place to implement the GDC so that there's an action-oriented outcome within it for some of those principles within the document for more safe internet? So I'm just building a lot off of your question there. But where we can see some of this impact from multi-stakeholderism, because as mentioned earlier, with the resource constraints, that's easy when we're all kind of coming together, that this would be the most appropriate venue. Thank you.
Thanks, Dana. And we have one more comment from online, and then I'll ask you to respond. Manal Ismail, let me just see if I can unmute you. I can unmute you. So please go ahead and introduce yourself. Manal is someone with a very deep track record in the multi-stakeholder process. I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear Manal? We have a remote speaker that's trying to speak. Manal Ismail, we can't hear her. I have unmuted her. Manal, try now.
Sometimes the audio is going to the table, but not to the speakers, neither here. So if you guys can change it.
And Manal, you can type your comment and I will read it, okay? I will look in the chat in the meantime. Let's just... Oh, she's speaking, but we can't hear you. Let's see if I can unmute you again. Last try. And we have one more question in the room. And Manel, just type your comment. I'm so sorry we can't hear you. The remote participants can hear you, but those of us in the room can't hear you. Whose hand was it, Aziz? Please go ahead.
Yes, I am Aziz Hilary from Morocco. I just want to add one quick question about what mechanism or criteria can ensure that multi-stakeholderism is authentic and not just rhetoric and just words. What mechanism and criteria we can apply to ensure that multi-stakeholderism is authentic?
Very, very tough. That's a tough question. It's okay. I think Manel says we should go ahead, but I really do ask our technical team to try and make sure that our remote participants can participate. Yes, quite a wide range of reactions there and challenging questions. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll
Bruna.
go. Guess I'll go to Lina's point about the multi-stakeholderism and whether or not it works or it's been implemented. Brazil is one of those countries, right, that has been championing the multi-stakeholder model into policymaking, into law enforcement, and some of those things. But again, we must not conflate the issues, right? The IGF is not a regulatory body. The IGF is a convening space for the discussion of ideas, and it doesn't has the interesting that they're muting everyone now. Can we please cut off the? But just say that the IGF has it's general or initial idea of being a convening space for different thoughts and different approaches. But in any sense, you have. Can we please stop the interference on the microphone? But in any case, Brazil has been implementing that, and just to quote two examples, we have the Civil Rights Framework for the Internet and also our Data Protection Act, which were all discussed and co-written by a group of stakeholders that were convened by the rapporteurs in the parliament, and which main idea was to make sure everyone had its position. And the point that I always kind of mention when there is this kind of tension between big tech and the rest put at the table is that when we talk about policy processes, governments talk to business because they have the financial interest. Governments talk to business, to other stakeholders, technical community, because of different interests. But there is nothing that makes them talk to civil society, depending on where you're coming from and where country you're going to. Obviously, if you master participation mechanisms and so on, that's one thing. But there's literally nothing that obliges governments to go to end users. And the multi-stakeholder model serves its purpose, that is bringing civil society to the table and making sure that here it's not a financial interest that's at play, but the needs for including everyone above all. So maybe that's kind of what I go, but yeah, I'll stop.
Flavia.
Hi, thank you. There are a couple of issues that I would like to address. Just picking up on this last one, just so that we get it first. First of all, we as Meta, and I won't speak for other tech companies, are highly supportive of harmonization and interoperable approach of key critical issues. We also comply with regulation globally around the world, and we appreciate processes that are either interoperable or harmonized. In a sense, right now, you might be very well familiar with the Global Digital, the GDPR, also EU AI Act, or Digital Services Act, or Digital Market Access Act. And so there are DMA, DSI, they're all of these processes that we were part of the process as they were developing. And now we are working together with governments to try to implement it as much as possible. So I would say we are supportive of regulatory making processes that are open and then provide processes for us to provide our comments and together develop documents or regulations, as we said. Meta has always been proactive, supportive of regulation, particularly because we don't want to be the ones trying to and having to determine what we should or should not have in the internet. On the safety, here at IGF, we have child safety group that has been here for years. I think right now might have closed. And from that, we developed a community that today have continued working together on safety matters and have several different groups addressing online safety, particularly child safety issues. I can send you some of those details. My digital safety person is around here too, but that's something that I wanted to make sure you understand. This convening helps us develop in the community to understand what are the issues and how can we address that together with tech companies. We have several other groups as well. From the IGF perspective, and then coming back to Henriette and your comment, I do agree that sectors need to together come up with consensus. And for me, I cannot picture, because I wasn't at WISAS, but I cannot picture another process that worked as best as Net Mundial, the first and the second. So it was Net Mundial 2014 and Net Mundial plus 10. I remember perfectly most of us there having like the head of civil society, have everyone on the same level, and even on the negotiations, we each had a room, we each had a processes, and then we had to come up with a consensus on a single document with governments on the same level. Now, the document exists, and then we review it like last year. I think we should use as based for other processes, and perhaps that's where we want to go.
In fact, an interesting thing about Net Mondial is that imagine a room like this, but it's very, very big. And then you have different microphones, one for civil society, one for government, one for business, one for the technical community. And they have to line up. But of course, there are only so many speakers. Civil society usually has loads. And as a result, we as civil society had to negotiate. We had a WhatsApp group, we had a Google Doc, so that we could prioritize we only had 3 opportunities to speak, so we had to prioritize. So I think in a way it did capture that combination of stakeholders having to collaborate as well as be on a level playing field. But I'm going to give the mic to Manal. But I also want to say, isn't the true test, to respond to the comment from Search for Common Ground, isn't the true test of an effective multi-stakeholder process that it should survive even if there is serious disagreement on how to regulate and what to regulate by whom? Isn't that ultimately what shows us that our multi-stakeholder processes has matured, that we don't abandon them when we reach points of conflict? Same with governments that have different perceptions, different understandings of human rights and compliance of human rights. Should we stop working with them because we disagree? But that's another challenge. Manal, please, I think it works now. The team has sorted the problem. So please go ahead and share your experience.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now, Henriette?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. So just very quickly, I was triggered by your comment that governments partner with civil society.
Just please introduce yourself. Sorry, I didn't introduce you yet.
Sure. I'm sorry. This is Manal Ismail. I work at the National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt, and I've been participating to almost all the IGF meetings, and in ICANN, I participated to represented Egypt on the Governmental Advisory Committee in different capacities, last of which was chairing the committee. And just wanted to share the experience of government's participation to the Governmental Advisory Committee of ICANN. And as said, I was triggered by your comment, Henriette, that governments collaborate in partnership with civil society and private sector at the national level, but they are more cautious globally. And I think this could be attributed to, if I'm participating in an individual capacity, it's more easy and more flexible to just speak my mind. When someone is participating on behalf of the country, it is more difficult to speak up without really being prepared and consulted at the national level. We started the very first meeting I tried to participate to. I found the room was closed with a key. So it was a really closed government meeting. But over the years, we started opening up gradually. We opened up certain sessions, then all the sessions except the communique drafting. But now all the meetings are open, including the communique drafting. And I think some a few things that help is, for example, sharing the topics and everything in advance so people can prepare and consult at the national level before they come so they can speak more freely in public. And also availing in real-time interpretation also helped, because sometimes the language is a barrier and people are very cautious and careful in choosing each and every word because it's going to be attributed to their governments and their country. I'm cautious of time. I leave it at this, but just wanted to share with you that after we had very closed meeting with a key, now we're having all the meetings open, and we are also engaging with other parts of other stakeholder groups at ICANN, and thus benefiting from the multi-stakeholder nature of the organization. Previously, we were meeting in silos, all the stakeholders, but not in one meeting. I leave it at this. Thank you, Andrea, for the opportunity.
Thanks very much for sharing that, Manal. And I think it's a very good example of how one learns incrementally from processes. We have about 15 minutes left, and we want to look at what role the IGF can play in capturing this learning, capturing best practices and applying them. And I think we should also reflect, there's been a lot of talk about the Global Digital Compact, but I've also heard many people say that it's one of the most inclusive and collaborative processes that has been run from within the UN General Assembly. And I think I felt frustrated by it, but I also sometimes would talk to the co-facilitators and see how much additional work they had from normally just facilitating a negotiation between members of the UN General Assembly. They also tried to get in all this other stakeholder input. It was imperfect, but there was a serious attempt. So how do you think we can make these processes better? How do we use the Sao Paulo guidelines? And what do you see the IGF doing concretely? I mean, maybe it demonstrates, but maybe it can also innovate in making us get away from the sort of happy, wonderful, multi-stakeholder community to actually having deeper engagement that produces more concrete policy outcomes that might not always be consensus-based, but that are serving the broader public interest in the best possible way in the internet. So yeah, I know it's a very long question, but I know you've been thinking about this and you are in these spaces. So let's start with you, Isabel.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the question. Very, very long, and there's a lot of things. I just wanted to add one point on what we've said before that I think is very important. When we talk about inclusion, inclusion does not remove the power from the people who are already in the room. Opening up to more stakeholders, more people, is not removing from those who are already there. And I think this is something we have to remember and underline in all of the processes. So this was just my first little point that I think is important to highlight. On what we can do and how we can use what has been, we have 20 years of experience of trying to be as multi-stakeholder as possible and try to be better. We now have some guidelines on how we can make it effective. And I think this is something we should use to not have moments where we believe a process or is multi-stakeholder just by name, because we name it, but without maybe actually being it. It's sort of a whitewashing just because we're using this buzz term and not actually living it up. And I think this is something that we now have some sort of litmus test that we can use with the Sao Paulo guidelines of checking, is this truly multi-stakeholder or is this just called a multi-stakeholder process? So I think this is one of the points that we can emphasize on. And for the IGF specifically, it is difficult to see what it could do. And I think there are probably many ideas, but one of the points I would like to highlight is on the messages. We have messages at the end of every IGF, and of course these are not adopted by consensus. It's a sort of summary of what has been discussed, but it gives us a very good knowledge of what has been shared, what are the issues that are raised, what are the opinions that have been raised in the different rooms. And I think we could do much better in using those messages in other forums, bringing them, highlighting them, saying, okay, this was discussed at the IGF, these issues were identified, and then bringing them in the other conversation, in the other rooms where there might be regulation or decision-making, because the IGF is not a regulatory body. This is very important to highlight, but we are coming up with new ideas that might then just be lost in a document that is not read as much. So I think this is something where we can actively, we have the opinions of the different stakeholders. They are concretely written down, and we should use this more. So this would be my little point. I'm happy to give it to.
I think I'll start with the idea that for the upcoming hosts, we should also make sure that the host country selection process takes into account safety of participants, comfort around participants, and whether or not the community or whether or not the selection will result in one part of the community being less present, right? My stakeholder group is one that's not present this year, or present in much smaller numbers, and it's one of the main stakeholders within the IGF space. To anyone that's here for the first time, this space is much more lively. I do miss my colleagues from Latin America, civil society, and many other spaces in this broader conversation. So maybe looking at the IGF, making sure that the host country selection takes into account new aspects around safety of participants and so on is one thing. And lastly, I would just echo some of the guidelines, not the guidelines, but the suggestions issued by the MAG working group strategy, because we just issued a vision document for the IGF looking into 2025. And a couple of the recommendations, they go around making sure the next year's events makes a couple of discussions on how to improve the IGF mandates, a couple more things on making sure that the IGF has a track for GDC follow-up and implementation, and brings into a lot of the GDC follow-up and implementation discussions through the workshops, main sessions, and everything that takes place. But also working on the development of relationships between the IGF and some of the WISIS partner institutions, and also continue some of the MAG discussions on Net Mundial plus 10 alignment, and last but not least, review and refine the intersessional work models. I'll just wrap this by saying that if we don't have every single, group and stakeholder group at the table, this doesn't work. And this goes both ways for civil society and private sector, for academia, and many other parts, government, many other parts of this community. There is not a multi-stakeholder model where we don't have one, or where we don't like one of them, and that's the kind of the perk of it all, and the joy of the IGF space.
Thanks. Thanks. You want to make a comment? I just want to react quickly to what Bruna said. I think, yes, all stakeholders are at the table, but I think what the Net Mundial Sao Paulo guidelines tells us, scope the issue that's being discussed, and based on that issue, identify who's affected by that particular discussion, and then you bring the stakeholders. If it's about meta and content regulation and gender-based violence, you bring together meta, you bring together feminist organizations, you bring together data brokers, regulators, and you bring together freedom of expression people, because any kind of content regulation might impact on freedom. So you have to, I think, be quite focused and targeted as well. And I think Net Mundial gives us steps to help do that. I said you could interrupt us, so you can, but you're going to have to get up and come and fetch your own microphone, because if I get up, I'm going to drop something. Thanks, Flavia.
Hello. Thank you so much for the mic. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arjun Singh Vijoria. I am from India. Here I am representing a civil society organization called the Vijoria Foundation that is founded by me in 2016. We are working in India in rural sector for the digital literacy. Now my question is here: how a small scale organization can work with the IGF, and is there any space to work within the IGF in the India for the small scale organization? And the second question is my to the Meta. Sorry for the direct question, and I just want to know that how the Meta is dealing with the cyberbullying. Sometimes I using the Facebook or certain platform. I see certain messages that are not relevant to me. It's just like direct message. Someone is targeting. So how you are dealing with that? Yeah. Yes.
Answer that and then make your final remarks as well. And then you can answer the question about participating in national IGFs.
Let's talk on the side on this. I'm not an expert on cyberbullying,
Sure,
but we
sure.
are addressing it, and we have our our head of safety here, so we can discuss with you if you don't
Certainly.
mind. I guess most of the points I was going to make, particularly with regard to multi-stakeholderism and IGF, were made by my excellent co-panelists. Particularly, I think one thing that I keep hearing is we need to map the issues. We need to say what are the issues, and this needs to be an evolving process. There is not a rule set in stone, and all issues that we were discussing 10 years ago are different from the issues we were discussing now. At that time, we wouldn't discuss content. Today, we have, a whole DSA and content regulation issues. We have the UNESCO information integrity, have the UN information integrity matters. And so I think we should take this into account as we prepare for the upcoming review of the IGF mandate. For the IGF, I would love for the IGF next year in Norway for us to start early the process, particularly the country with the hosts, to make sure we bring stakeholders from all groups. My group is also not too present here. And so I think we could partner in trying to make sure we bring others to the place. And with Norway, we agreed also to try to make available the list of participants earlier, so others have more incentive to be present, but also try to bring small business, small organizations, small countries, developing countries, and making sure the remote participation is there as well. So I would stop there. I know we are out of time.
Thanks very much, Flavia. And Bruna, maybe you can talk to Bruna about how to
Thank you.
participate in the national, and absolutely national IGFs are completely open to any organization of any size.
Sure.
Well, I think it feels again like we're almost scratching the surface of this, but I think that we should take this experience of the Global Digital Compact. I think it's an important experience where a multilateral institution tried hard to be consultative. The results might not be what we are used to or expect from the multi-stakeholder space. That doesn't mean that there wasn't good intention. I think it demonstrates how difficult it is. So I think let's look at that process, work with multilateral processes to make these processes that originate from within the United Nations system more inclusive. I think you've outlined very clearly how the IGF can become more effective. And my closing, this workshop was convened amongst others by a Global Network Initiative. And I want to quote Rebecca McKinnon. She's not here, but she's the person that was the founder of the Global Network Initiative. And she always says it takes different types of initiative. There's no one fix to all of this. There's no one perfect process. And if we look at how we're making progress in using the multi-stakeholder approach to have more accountable, democratic, inclusive, digital and internet governance, it takes all these different types of processes. And it's kind of the imperfections of all of them together, I think sometimes, that really makes us be more effective and more inclusive. So thanks everyone for joining us, and thanks to our panel. Thanks to the remote participants. Sorry about the tech issues. And thanks very much, Manal, for your contribution as well.
Sound will come out. No, 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 no.
Bismillah. ठीक ही ठीक Bismillah. Bismillah.
Okay. Hello. Hi, this is Wakas. Malahat and Anika, can you just confirm that you are online and you have your
Yes,
mic?
I am. That's Anika.
Okay.
Hello, Vakas. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay.
Hi, Anika.
Hi everyone. Okay, I'll switch my camera on. It's on now. There we go.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, cool.
You're looking
Awesome.
as beautiful as ever.
Thank you. Ready for the holidays.
Oh, you're on holidays?
Well, the calendar says I've been on holiday all week. But
Okay, but
yeah,
you're
but
working.
here I am.
But actually, you're working.
But yes, on Friday I'll be disciplined.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
So let's see. We have some audience, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is
And we've got about
lunchtime,
15
so
people online.
we have a session at lunchtime.
There's one lady, I believe, who has to join, right? Or
Yeah, she's in the room.
Yes,
She'll join
Josephine.
in a second.
okay.
I'm just gonna introduce myself in the chat because I see there's about 15 people online.
Are you ready?
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't see that. Oh. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session on gender prioritization through responsible digital governance. My name is Wakas Hassan, and I am the Asia Lead for Policy and Advocacy at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. We are a policy advocacy organization working on connectivity and digital inclusion, and one of the consortium members to manage the Women in Digital Economy Fund, which has been launched last year by the White House. Today, our session is about two things. One is, of course, digital gender inclusion, digital gender equality, but we're going to link it with responsible digital governance. If you see what is digital gender divide, it simply refers to the inequality between resources. When and women try and to access and use the internet, are there equal opportunities for both of them, or is one gender more disadvantaged than the other? I would include all other genders in there as well.
that is where we see that there is a gender gap, or there is a digital gender gap, in terms of when we're speaking about it. Now, when we talk about responsible digital governance, we talk about creating and enforcing policies or frameworks and practices that ensure that we have ethical and inclusive and equitable use of digital technologies. So, with that in our mind, and also I would like to remind you that this discussion is mainly focused on the low middle income countries. So that is going to be the focus of our discussion today. What right now, if we see look at a few numbers from, let's say, from ITU, there are 244 fewer women that are online than men. So a gap, it's a huge gap, as you can see. So for example, women are just the 20% women who use internet in LMICs, but as compared to 34% men. And at the same time, because of this digital inequality, there is a huge economic loss which is associated with it. According to estimates by GDIP and others, the countries have almost lost $1 trillion just by not being able to bridge the digital gender divide. So it is not just a social issue or a social empowerment issue, it is actually now an economical issue as well. So in that sense of the matter, if the countries are to utilize this opportunity, and they must, they can add about $500 million to their over the next 5 years. So with this concept in mind, we thought of organizing this session, and we would like to have our fantastic panelists with us, who will speak about different areas as per their expertise. I'll introduce them a bit later on. I'll just explain the session flow for all of you. What we're going to do is that, first of all, there would be a presentation on a policy best practice, or a good practice, I would say, from Pakistan, which is Pakistan Digital Gender Inclusion Strategy. We have with us Ms. Malahat Ubaid, who is the Director of Communications at the Pakistan Telecom Authority, and the member of an all-female team that developed the PTS Gender Inclusion Strategy. And she also serves as a digital gender specialist for the Central Bank of Pakistan's Initiative of Women's Financial Inclusion. So once Malahat presents that strategy as a case study, we will then move on towards our rest of the panelists. One of them is Onika, who is the Executive Director at Global Digital Inclusion Partnership and one of the Executive Managing Directors for Women in Digital Economy Fund. After Onika, we will hear from Kagate Pekioror. He serves as a Meta's Head of Community Engagement and Advocacy for Africa, Middle East and Turkey. He has a law background, and he has been spearheading Meta's public policy and programs prior to this role. And Kagate prefers to be addressed as they or them. Next up, we have Josephine Miliza, who is the Policy and Regulation Lead on Local Networks Initiative at the Association of Progressive Communications. She is a leading advocate of digital equality and based out of Nairobi, Kenya, and also co-chairs the African Community Network Summit. So, with this context in mind, let's start with the session, and I would request then Malahat to please present and talk about PTS Digital Gender Inclusion Strategy, and what kind of opportunities and challenges were there, and how they actually started this process and then made a strategy and is now in the implementation phase of that strategy. So Malahat, I will hand it over to you. If you could please share your screen. You also need to unmute your mic, Malahat.
For the generous introduction. I am grateful to the IGF and the hosts for having this workshop on such a critical subject and considering Pakistan's digital gender inclusion strategy as a best practice. So without further delay, I believe I have a very short time to present my strategy. This is the flow of the presentation. I'll be giving you some statistics and the gender gaps that exist in Pakistan, the formulation of strategy and the collaborations that we have during the strategy and the methodology we adopted, then the consultative process that we followed, out of which we came out with challenges and barriers and also the solutions to those barriers to overcome the inclusion issues that we have here in Pakistan. Towards the end, I will be telling you about the 3 years action plan that has been set out in the gender inclusion strategy, the working groups that we have created, and the impacts they'll be creating once the strategy is implemented, and of course, towards the end, the achievements so far while we are implementing. Just to tell you, Pakistan is fifth most populous country in the world with over 250 million population. Mainly the population has around 50% as female population. Of course, 191, almost 91% of our population has access to telecom services, but of course, the subscriber base stays at 196 million. Of course, the literacy rate, like any other Asian economies, is low, but relatively it's low. For Pakistan, it is around 63%. One of the main reasons why digital gender inclusion is not kicking off really in Pakistan. This female ownership of SIM is quite low. We have, out of 196 million, only 47 million SIMs that are on females' names or CNICs. These are the digital gender gaps that Pakistan is grappling with. If you can see, from 2018 till 2024, we have made a lot of improvement. However, when it comes to absolute terms, yes, we are improving, but in relative terms, Pakistan is one country in Asia which has lowest gender gaps in the use of technology. We have made good progress when it comes to awareness about internet, but when it comes to ownership and the use of internet, of course, the gaps are wider. Even in social media, we have around 70 million social media users, but the gap when we started off, it was over 71%. Today, it is 59%, as it shows on the graph, but this is for YouTube. There is a different number when it comes to Instagram, and it is very forthcoming that the gap in usage of Instagram is less. It is around 41%. So I believe that the younger generation, the younger females, are using Instagram more frequently than the other the social media applications. For branchless banking, we have reduced the gap to 54%, and today there are around 35 million mobile wallet accounts that are being used by women and owned by women. Going to the digital gender inclusion strategy, these gaps that I have just mentioned, and then the rankings that were coming out for Pakistan, like GSMA Mobile Connectivity Index, or for that matter, Inclusive Internet Index or the Digital Inclusion Index, Pakistan is not doing well. So the government decided to address the issue with structured approach. And in this regard, PTA took the lead and started the initiative of gender inclusion. We set up a committee which started working in the month of February in 2022. And following a structured approach, we decided to go for the strategy first. In this regard, UNESCO, one of the UN's main organization, gave us the technical support, and of course, the Ministry of IT and the GSMA were there to support us in building up the strategy. The former Alliance for Affordable Internet also came forward and pitch in their share while we were developing the strategy. Of course, our operators were there to help us out. When all this started off, the objective was to create a government platform based on all of the society approach, with members from all stakeholders identifying the challenges, make policy interventions, and implement them across the sector or rather all the sectors, for bring the change and growth that is required for filling up all these gaps that we've been talking about. This is the methodology that we adapted. Phase one was to identify the problem, for which we did a very extensive consultation process across the country. In phase two, we did the problem analysis, the areas where there was a requirement to go further deep and see where the problem is lying and how can we address. We came up with the strategy pillars and how to implement it in the third phase. We set the targets and the goals and what would be the outcomes. Of course, and we came out with the action plan, which is a very, it is although tough, but it's a 3 years action plan with specific targets and goals, and we are hoping that we will be, inshallah, able to manage it. The consultative process that we followed, as I've already explained, was quite an extensive one. We did a public perception survey, an IVR survey. Then we had, multi-stakeholder workshops that we conducted across Pakistan. And we did some expert interviews of the gender experts, not only in Pakistan, but internationally as well, to understand how to address the issues that have been, coming up while we are going through this consultation process. And of course, we did an online survey as well, which was for all the sectors, females and even males, to participate and come up with their point of view of addressing the digital gender gap in Pakistan. We tried to, for the perception survey and the IVI survey, we tried specifically for perception survey, we tried to access those areas in Pakistan which do not have the connectivity, so that those people can really tell exactly the females where the problem is. Of course, accessibility is one problem, but then there are social and economic problems that came up as well. And the IVR survey that we ran across Pakistan is one of the largest survey for, assessing the digital gaps or the digital inclusion state in Pakistan. It was around 100,000 sample size that we had. And then there were multiple questions that we ran through that IVR survey. Of course, this was done with the help of our the licensees, the mobile operators, they did this to assist PTA in running this survey. Of course, GSMA's consumer surveys that are carried out regularly for Pakistan to assess the gender inclusion that they do every year. We also had their assistance and their contribution in the consultation process. Just to give you a couple of outcomes that we had from these surveys. In this survey, we mainly asked women and men both if they have a mobile phone and have a SIM, and if they have, are they using it, and are they using the mobile or the internet or not. So the interesting fact that came out was that more women are using mobile than the ones who are owning it, which means that there is an urge, there is a requirement by the women, but they don't have the phone, so they make use of the phones that the family has and they use it. But the good thing was, those females who have the mobile, or for that method the SIM, are actually making use of it and using the internet. So this was a good thing, that they were not only having the phone, but they were actually meaningfully using it. The perception survey that was ran in the areas of the country which were not connected, we saw and we asked the women if why are they using why, what do you think would they do if they have internet, and they were more inclined towards having better economic opportunities to help their families, and to have a good communication with the family members who are out of the area where they are living. So with this consultative process, we came out with the barriers and challenges that the females of Pakistan are currently facing. One of the major, when we started off, and then, of course, through the consultation process, we realized that we do not have the gender disaggregated data. Whatever we have is not good enough for making a strategy or for building up any case for reducing the gender divide. So this was one of the major challenge or the barrier that we feel Pakistan has of non-availability of disaggregated data. Of course, then the digital literacy and the availability of local content was not there. And it was for the women who were already on internet also felt the need for having the local content. Affordability came out to be one of the major reasons for this digital gap. Women either do not have the capacity or the economic ability to buy, or of course there are family concerns and disapprovals which do not allow them to have the either the mobile or the SIM, or for that matter having the package internet package. Yes, infrastructure and accessibility was also one of the major issues, where there are a number of areas in Pakistan where the terrain is difficult for even the operators to, the commercial operators to go there and provide the service. Then people, as I've already told you, people also have negative perception about using internet or having a mobile handset for their females. And then, of this perception, they thought that safety is one of the major issue, while they allow their females or the girls to have a mobile in their hand or using the internet. With this in mind, the 3 years action plan that was rolled out in the strategy was on a bigger platform that we started with the steering committee, which is headed by the Minister for IT and Telecom in Pakistan, and the secretarial support is given by PTA. Under this, we have identified these 6 areas, of which we made working groups. One was affordability, then it was accessibility, which was covering the infrastructure requirements, and then there was safety and security, that how we can ensure that women should feel safe while they are online. Then we have to create digital literacy for those who are educated or who are literate but still do not have digital literacy. So we have identified this as a pillar, as a core working group, where we have to address this issue. Inclusion is one area where we need to, change the perception of the general public and the masses, that internet can be used for better purposes, for the economic and social well-being of a female or a family member. And of course, we have this working group on research and data that will be that is going to be very helpful. Of course, while we are doing the policy changes and setting up targets and goals for reducing this gender gap. All these working groups are being led by the top government agencies in the country. Of course, according to the specific areas. Between the working group and the steering committee exists a technical advisory committee. These are all our organizations out there who are actually helping reduce the gender divide or the digital divide across the globe. They have the visibility, they have the capacity and the capability to guide not only our working groups, but also help the steering committee identify and, take the areas out where there is a possibility, immediate possibility of improving the situation in the country. With this working groups and the steering committee, we have kicked off our this digital gender inclusion strategy in August 2024. And almost all of the working groups are now live, and they have started working. They are doing their revising their TORs, although the TORs are already there in the strategy identified, but we always thought that it is good to give them a chance to reassess the situation and see if they can improve it, and then will start implementing in their own areas. So with affordability Pakistan, the affordability working group, the impact that we are expecting is to have 25% more women in Pakistan who can now afford after this implementation and the projects that we are going to go through with these working groups. We will be able to increase this number. Similarly, we are expecting that by end of 3 years action plan, we will be having 20% more women have access to digital services, and SIMs will be on their CNIC. So currently, as I told you, it is around 47 million women who have who own a SIM on their CNIC. We are expecting it to be 20% more towards the end of the next 3 years. Safety and Security Group is headed by the Human Rights Commission of Pakistan, and we are trying to have gender responsive laws and legal frameworks that ensure that women are safe while they are online. So the digital literacy group is headed by the Ministry of Education, and we expect that the 60% of adult women population will acquire digital skills by with the implementation of this strategy, and certainly would want this strategy to play its role while we turn around the negative perception of women use of technology through this strategy. And we are working with the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, the Federal Commission, which provides statistics for the country. They are also leading this working group, and are in the process of devising the indicators that are required to assess the digital females' participation in the digital arena. With this, we have, since August, and even before, while we were devising the strategy, we started having the collaboration.
Sorry to cut you off. You have like 3 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So these are the organizations that we have partnered with, and they have rolled out the programs in digital skills, awareness, and of course, the reports that are going to come up, and the awareness programs that we are having. We are committed to the strategy implementation under all of the stakeholders approach, and thank you, and over to you, Wakas.
Thank you. Sorry for rushing you, but we have the
That's
panelists, and as you can see, this strategy developed by PTA is why is it presented as a case study, because you can see a structured approach, and you can see a clear plan of implementation. So if you have more questions about the strategy, how it was developed, anything else, you can ask during the Q&A, or you can reach out to Dr. Khawar, who is the member compliance and enforcement at PTA, and here in the room at the very front. So with this, I will now quickly move to Anika. And Anika, with your extensive experience working with underserved communities and for digital gender equality, what would you say are the key barriers and challenges in low, middle, and income countries?
Thanks, workers, and thank you so much, Malahat, for that presentation. It just really helps us, see the picture at the national level when a country really commits to understanding the gender digital divide and actually not just adopting policies, but a commitment to implementing for change, right? So a lot of these that I'm identifying, I think you will resonate very much with the presentation that we've just had. And I'm going to base this on two particular publications we published this year. One is the Connected Resilience, which looks at gendered experiences of women through meaningful connectivity. And the other one is The Time Is Now, which is a policy impact report that we published through the YDEF initiative to actually really look at policy frameworks that are successful in advancing our efforts to close the gender digital divide. And I would say that the biggest barriers that we are identifying in most of these reports and a lot of the work that's been done by many other organizations is the lack of access to affordable devices and internet connectivity. Having reliable digital infrastructure, especially for women in rural areas, is a major barrier that actually keeps them away from being able to enjoy and utilize digital services as well as be part of a digital economy. So I'm going to go through this very fast because I know you don't have a lot of time, but we want to have a little bit more discussion later on. The second one, key one, is social cultural barriers and gender norms. And this really is no surprise for many of us, but we have to continuously work on these on the digital side. They don't just simply go away simply because we are working on technology. These are issues that exist within our society in terms of restrictions on girls' and women's mobility, also therefore has an impact on their ability to access services such as public Wi-Fi as an example. The lack of digital literacy and skills, foundational digital skills really put women at a disadvantage in terms of even being able to acquire the necessary opportunities that exist in digital technologies. And the fourth one is economic barriers. And this one is just not so much a lack of having the financial resources, but it's also a lack of time as an economic value, right? Because women are predominantly the ones that we expect to fulfill the unpaid care labor in most societies. And so it also means that, yes, they lack the financial resources to buy these devices that are unaffordable, but they also lack the time to be able to dedicate towards the skills and training and developing themselves for utilization of digital technologies. And lastly, maybe not lastly, I'll just mention two more. One more is the lack of legal and policy frameworks that are very explicit about closing the inequalities. These things are not going to just happen on their own. We need to be intentional in making so, including safety online for women, having laws and policies that are explicit about giving that protection for them. And lastly, I want elaborate on it because that's something that Malahat spoke a lot about, and that is the lack of gender data gaps. We know what we know now, but we know that it may be quite inadequate because we are not collecting gender segregated data to be able to really understand how deep the problem is and where the interventions are most needed. So I will pause there for now, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Anika. Thank you for identifying the barriers which are most prevalent in the low middle income countries, and I'll come back to you, with a couple of things, but now I'll move to Kagate. Kagate, first of all, thank you for joining us, and coming from Meta, as a big platform, one of the big techs. What do you think? What are the ideal ways in which the community and the industry and the platforms, can help and overcome these barriers for digital gender inclusion? And how can we influence positive governance practices on this issue?
Thank you so much, Wakas. I think I can try to answer this question by first talking in Meta, at Meta, how we are seeing the problem and how we are trying to overcome it. I'm not sure if you can hear me properly, but okay. And then like I may try to come up with a more proper answer to the question itself, maybe by also including like my take on the issue. But first, I would like to start with by saying that, like at Meta, we believe women should have equal access to the economic, educational, and social opportunities that the internet provides. That's for sure. And we try to take a multifaceted and also multi-stakeholder approach in ensuring that our services are accessible and inclusive for women through all our platforms and products and policies. If I can try to put this in a structure, to explain it a bit further, I think like for us the first priority here is like creating a safe online environment for all genders, but of course like for the women in this context of the in the context of this panel. And the second pillar would be supporting access to the digital tools and the digital opportunities that our platforms also enable all our users. And the third bucket, in a way connected to the first one as well, but also like there's an independent side of it too that I can explain. That's the maintaining an inclusive stakeholder engagement in relation to our innovation, like when we are innovating a new product, and also our integrity related efforts, like when we are trying to understand the risks. By that, what I mean is when we are innovating a new product, to make sure that such product is not biased and it reflects the characteristics of all genders. We believe that like we should be in consistent engagement with women and like group representatives of other genders. And also when it comes to our like risk understanding, our risk assessments, again, those should be inclusive of the experiences of these user groups. And in doing this, like all three different buckets of work, I would like to say that like our approaches most of the times requires us to work closely with civil society organizations. Like this is what I meant by like my multi-stakeholder approach that we have, and also in some instances like we are in partnership with the governments. I will try to keep it as brief as possible because I know that like we want to also open it for Q&A. But very briefly, like when it comes to like creating a safe online environment, it is of course mostly related to our own community standards and our policies, like which governs like which content we allow and which content we don't allow on our platforms. And we of course do have like policies that is specifically designed to protect high-risk users, vulnerable groups, including women, such as like our hate speech policy, sexual exploitation of adults policy, bullying and harassment policy. They have like elements that is specifically designed to protect women, such as like from revenge porn or sextortion. And we have a safety center like which includes like useful information for people who may not feel safe in our platforms or like in general online. And there is a specific safety hub for that is focused on like women's safety itself too. On creating like supporting access to digital opportunities, especially like when we think about low and medium income countries, I would like to mention one specific program that we have, which is called She Means Business. This program is actually a training program to empower women with the tools that may enable them to benefit the digital economy in a more meaningful way for them. And it goes beyond just like teaching about like our own tools, but also it includes information about business resilience, financial literacy, and cyber security, because like we are seeing like these are actually required to create success there. And in Turkey, we conducted this program in collaboration with the government and also civil society organization. And since it's launched in 2017, 7,000 women has been trained under this program. Also in Africa, like continent, we focused in Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, and Senegal for this program. And again, thousands of women in these countries have been trained. Another example, like from this country, Saudi Arabia, when we think about metaverse, like more innovative like products that we have, we realized, especially for our region, Africa, Middle East, and Turkey region, readiness is the key issue, regardless of the gender, regardless of the background. Hence, like we come up with like some programmatic activities to make sure that mainly the youth is actually ready with their technical capabilities for these upcoming technologies. And we started Metaverse Academy in this country, again in partnership with the government and also the university here. And I am very happy to say that the significant majority of the participants were women in this program. And this was one of the goals for us as well, also for the government. I can definitely articulate more on our stakeholder approach, inclusive stakeholder approach, but like I also want to be very mindful of the time, like for the other panelists. Just before closing, I want to say 3 more things very briefly, because like the question is like, what are the ideal ways? And like it's of course speculative. It will be speculative of me, but in my experience, like when I look at all these projects that I was also involved in, I think we definitely benefit from official policy frameworks and action plans that prioritizes overcoming barriers to digital inclusion of women, because they create an incentive for private companies to focus on this area and like come up with programmatic efforts. Again, like this is my take. And I think as a second thing, there is a huge benefit in facilitating direct engagements with civil society organizations and private, again, like platforms, because like it helps us to, as I mentioned, like develop a better understanding of the actual situation, but also it allows civil society organizations and their representatives to have a deeper influence on the product development and also the projects that these companies do have. And again, in relation to the civil society, I would also like to recognize the value of the advocacy efforts of these groups in keeping both platforms and also governments accountable when we miss something, or like when there's an area that requires more investment or more government support. It's always the civil society that puts it under a spotlight, and definitely it plays a big role in like keeping us accountable and like come up with a better governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kagade, for sharing Meta's approach towards digital inclusion and online safety. And you mentioned She Means Business. That program was also launched in Pakistan. One of the organizations that was implementing that program has now actually been selected for as a winner of round 1 of Women in Digital Economy Fund. So they are going to be funded, and they are going to conduct these digital literacy trainings across Pakistan, which is great for the country, of course, and to bridge the gender digital gap. Josephine, I'm going to come towards you now, and your experience building community networks and doing policy advocacy for that, and being deeply connected with those communities on ground. When you take these kind of innovative solutions like community networks to these areas, what kind of impact do you see on women in those areas, and how does this work for gender empowerment in those underserved areas?
Thank you, Akash, and also for all the great panelists who have gone before me. I think a lot of what they've shared really resonates with the work that we are doing. And for those in the room who are not familiar with community networks, it's just essentially small scale or locally owned infrastructure providers that traditionally are based in places where commercial operators are not going because of profitability issues. And one of my reflections or learnings, or just one of the things I've seen around the impact of locally driven solutions, is really understanding the local context. And an example being in the sense of how they look at gender empowerment or women empowerment and inclusion, is that when it comes to traditional operators, you find that they really do not integrate into issues such as distance. How long does a woman need to walk in terms of getting to maybe a cyber cafe where they can access internet as well as the devices, affordability, the other roles that they play at home. And so what community networks do is being able to hold spaces which are women's circles, where you get to demystify first what technologies are, but also just develop programs, whether it is capacity building, whether it is the service provisioning, that really understand the different concepts around the women needs. So we are seeing a lot of changes and a lot of impact in terms of skill building and addressing some of the issues, not just affordability. Right now with the online space, there's online based violence or technology facilitated violence, which impacts women. Some yes are able to get online but get scared and now leave online spaces. And so the essence of having community networks is also having not just online support groups but also in-person support groups that are able to support these efforts. I may not get another chance, so I just also wanted to bring in like a reflection on how we can be able to collaborate moving forward. I really appreciate the work that the partners such as GDIP have been doing in terms of highlighting where the gaps are and also bringing strong recommendations, whether it is on promoting digital policies that look at this issue as well as financing with projects such as at the YDEF, because a key gap that we are seeing is when it comes to access to devices. There's a lot of initiatives that are going towards capacity building, but very limited efforts in terms of ensuring the devices are affordable, as well as there's actually affordable access and infrastructure. So financing is a key aspect, and digital policies that address these issues, so that even when we are doing allocations for funds such as the Universal Service Access Funds, we can be able to incorporate some of the aspects around inclusion at community levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. I mean, we can all agree that it's not just that you take a brilliant, innovative solution to your community. It has to be a meaningful connectivity that eventually take there, and having these financing mechanism out there. There was a session earlier in the morning on financing mechanism. I think it was a wonderful session where the panelists also shared about how those kind of financing mechanisms could be there. We are a bit short of time. I would now like to turn towards the audience. If anybody online or in the room would like to share their experience or ask a question to the panelists, or if you have any insights, any good policy practice that you see and you'd like to share with us, please just raise your hand, or we'll give you a mic and take your views on this.
I have a question for Josephine, if there's none on the floor.
There's one on the floor, and then I'll come back to you, Anika.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all the ideas and things that you share today. I just want to tell you that I'm from Colombia, from an NGO called Colnodo, and we also work with community networks in our country. And the last years, this kind of networks has been related with women, because we have a project that is financed by Google in order to implement 10 community networks in different communities in Colombia. But with the participation of women. Then one of the things that we do in our methodology is create a group we called gestores. I don't know how to say in English. Gestores, like managers of the community networks, but the most of them are women, and they receive capacity in technical issues about how to implement, install, and then sustain the infrastructure for the community network. And other group of women receive capacity also in how to create contents for the community network. And also other group in financial and administrative issues for the sustainability of the network. And additionally, another group that have training, for example, in enterprise, beginning an enterprise, or using technology for their own interests. This is because we had been working with Meta also in Colombia in bringing to some women that kind of capacity in using the platforms for their own business. Then it's just to share with you this kind of initiative is done where we can work with women in different activities and different contexts, and trying to find also what is the interest of the women, because not all want to participate in all the things, but we can bring to them the opportunity to have capacities in different topics in accordance of their interests.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me from this. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing this example with us from Colombia. I think what we can see is that we also see a structured approach when we see what is happening in Colombia around CNs and how women-led CNs and women-centric CNs can make a huge difference. We have Kagita, you want to say something? Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much for sharing this, and it's so nice to see that the community found these efforts useful. I just wanted to note, while I also believe the value and necessity of organizing these capacity building efforts, I want to share that we are also benefiting so much from another type of a working group. We have it in our region, for SSA Sub-Saharan Africa region, we have women's working group, what we call, and it brings women rights activists and also digital rights activists together and helps us to better understand the issues that they have in online platforms. And thanks to those engagements that we had in those groups with them, we were able to better understand the issues around online gender-based violence, feminist rapid response services, and we were able to support them. And we were also able to go beyond just women cause, but together with them, we were also able to address the issues of the LGBTQI plus communities in online, in the issues that they have in the online platforms. So I capacity building definitely, but on top of that, I think there is when we think about a woman, there is a value in also investing in tech feminism and tech law and governance space too. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Thanks for the intervention. Kagite makes a lot of sense. Anika, I'm going to take your question and then we have one from the audience.
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you so much. So I actually have a question for Josephine. We have an emerging divide amongst those who are actually already connected, right? So we've got the connected and the unconnected, but amongst those who are connected, we've got an emerging divide that's really centered around the quality of the connection. And so it seems, I've sort of observed that whenever we talk about community networks as an infrastructure project to bridge some of these gaps, for the global south communities, we tend to confine them to rural areas only, right? So I think here in Africa, for the most part, the model has been it's only in places where it has been deemed commercially not viable for the operators to provide connectivity. However, the very same mobile operators discriminate against users, especially in urban v peri-urban areas, because they tend to focus more on business clients as opposed to the huge prepaid market that pays extensively high rates to connect. My question is, why is there scope and opportunity to consider community networks beyond rural areas? And I'll just kind of give you an example that New York City public Wi-Fi is the largest community-owned network that I know of. But I just kind of find it very curious that when it comes to Africa, Asia, and maybe even Latin America, we are told that the only way to have a community network is rural areas. So that competition that comes from community-owned networks is not allowed in urban areas. And it's unfortunate because what it looks like is that, yes, we need a competition in terms of digital technologies, but we also need competition in terms of a financial model that can service the diversity and inequalities that exist within urban sectors as well. And I just would love to hear your thoughts on that, and if, this would be a pipe long dream or not.
It's not a pipe dream, and thank you, Onika, for bringing that up, because in our conversations with many regulators, there's usually the issue that there's a lot of pushback from mainstream operators who see community networks as competitors. And because of the power and the finances and the control that they have over most of the state, it sort of becomes a difficult conversation to have, whereas community networks are really small scale operators that are not they do not have the financial muscle to push back. And so in a way to appease, I will say in a way to appease the big operators, is usually that then regulators say, why don't you go to underserved areas where they're not operational or where there's no connectivity, so that it doesn't seem like you're here to compete with the big operators. But then in the same breath, the expectation is that you will go to the hard to reach areas, but still become commercially viable, because whenever community networks are in the room, there's always the question of, are you sustainable? Are you sustainable? But then even the large commercial operators are not going to these areas because they are not commercially viable. But what we are seeing is that it's not just an issue of no access, but it's also quality, as you're saying. A lot of the opportunities now for people who live in urban areas is digital work, and that means that it's very expensive to access. And we are seeing not just for community networks who are non-for-profit, but even the small scale ISPs really growing and becoming force to reckon with in many of the areas, in terms of not just affordable, but also good quality service and the ability to provide good customer care service. So it's definitely a time to really relook our regulatory frameworks, not just for non-for-profit entities, and we are saying even for small-scale ISPs, because there is room to serve people. They are locally available, but it's just that regulation is still tight, and it's because other players compete unfairly.
Thank you, Anika. I mean, it's a great insight, and I'd just like to mention here that the gender inclusion strategy that PTA has, one of the working groups for access, it does talk about community networks and providing support to community networks. So, in a way, this is another good example where it is not, community networks would have been discussed by licensing or other departments, but it is part of the gender strategy, which gives it more impotence that it is going to be women-centric empowerment technology. I've been told that we have 4 minutes, but I'll take one last question before we close. Please.
Hello. My question is from Ma'am Malahat, who is representing PTA. That how PTA is working to plan a strategy for involving women from the rural areas in Pakistan, or specifically in the district, newly merged district in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, even where phones with the women is a taboo. So how will you bring them to the internet? Although in Pakistani population, we have some 49% of the population from women. So how do you see the women inclusion into internet, specifically in the rural area, especially in the tribal districts of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa?
Thank you very much for your question. Just to give you a background, when we started off with this strategy development process, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, for my audience as well, is one of the province of Pakistan, in which there are, some social barriers are more as compared to rest of the country. So yes, we included, while we were doing the consultative process, there was extensive consultation undertaken by while we were developing the strategy, and we considered the viewpoint of the local communities as well. We had them on board while we were discussing the issue. The females, the organizations that are working in that area were also on board, you can go through the consultation process that is already available, the outcomes of the process that is already available on our website, PTA website. There are organizations that I have just mentioned we are collaborating with, and they are working in that specific area which you're talking of, the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. They will be working on providing the connectivity, as well as conducting programs for digital literacy. So the strategy has a very holistic approach towards all the locations and the areas that are already connected and that still needs some access issues to be resolved. So with time, of course, the accessibility group, which is being led by PTA, will be considering, taking into account if there are still some areas or issues that are left, or for that matter, are not covered in our TORs. And you are most welcome to follow the process of implementation of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malahat, and thank you for your question. We are like almost out of time. I wanted to have closing statement from each of the panelists, but I think probably on behalf of the panel, Anika, would you like to just close with the closing statement to just represent the panel?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you so much. So I will just close by saying that, there's a lot of initiatives that are taking place to help close the gender digital divide. And I'm just very pleased to share with you that one such initiative is the Women in the Digital Economy Fund, which was launched earlier this year, an $80 million fund that is strictly focused on supporting and funding the scale up of solutions that are focused on women-led and women-focused initiatives to close the gender digital divide. We currently have a round that is open for India only. So please go to widef, widef.global. I will put it in the chat as well for those who are online, and see it will be closing soon. We will have another global round that will open in March of 2025. I really hope to see many exciting applications, including from community networks, especially women-led, women-focused, so that we have an opportunity to help close the gender digital divide in the global majority world. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And if you have any questions, Wakas is the regional lead for Asia. So
yes,
please, if you are in the room, bombard him
and
with questions.
and if you of course want to know more about policy recommendations and how to go about bridging the digital gender divide, there is a report that we have out here, which very amply says that the time is now, right? So the time is now that we make all efforts, and it is absolutely possible, and it is absolutely necessary to make a meaningful difference in the situation of digital gender divide through inclusive policy making, through stakeholder consultation, and by processes which are community centric. So with that note, I thank you all for being here. Thank you to my panelists. Thank you for people who joined us online, and have a safe day. Thank you. Take care. Anika and Malahat, would you stay on the screen for a minute so that we can take a picture of the panel? Probably huddle around the screen. Huh? Okay, so can you look at the front? Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Malahat, Anika. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Wakas. Thank you. Thank you, Anika.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Assalamualaikum. Walaikum salam.
Good afternoon. Hello.
You want to contract about?
Yeah, just throw them there.
Okay.
Yeah. We have 3 on the podium. Also have the online moderator. This.
It's 2. It's enough for you?
Oh.
Number 2.
And this one works too? This one does work as well. I think we can start. We can take places.
Should we stay here?
I think so. Yeah, I think this is meant for the. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to sit on the side here. Good afternoon. I think we can start now. I think for those in the room, maybe you should put on your headsets because otherwise you cannot hear me. So, yeah, good. Ready to go. Welcome everybody. Welcome to this workshop on gender inequality and meaningful access in the Global South, organized by Research IST Africa. Today, this afternoon, we're going to talk about the differences in access and usage between men and women on using the internet, owning a mobile phone. But we will go a little bit deeper in that by also looking at the barriers to access and then also the barriers to the benefits that we can all have from using the internet. We have a panel with 3 speakers today. We have Rela Boili Mariti from Research IST Africa, who will speak about their findings from their survey in Africa, in various African countries. We have Fabio Senne from CETIC in Brazil, who will talk about the Brazilian case. And then online we have Claire Shipthorpe from GSMA, who will talk about the same issue, but from their surveys in lower and middle income countries. Before going that, I want to give a short introduction based on my own organization. I'm Martin Schaper. I'm the senior IST analyst in the IST data and analytics division at the ITU. We collect data from all our member states. We don't do surveys ourselves. We collect the data that are done by countries. We collect them from the supply side, but also from the demand side. And mainly that is what we're talking about today, because if you collect data from the demand side, you get the socioeconomic background, the socioeconomic variables, gender in this case, that are so important to talk about the issues. Because without data, we cannot even address the policy issues. I will get back to them later. So at the ITU, we collect data from the countries where there are gaps. We estimate data so that we can compile global and regional aggregates. And we publish that once a year in a publication called Facts and Figures. Our Facts and Figures 2024 just came out about 3 weeks ago. And I want to focus on 2 indicators that are published there and that we were talking about from different perspectives today. The first one is internet use, where we can see that globally 68% of the population uses the internet. But if you look at the split between men and women, 70% of the male population uses the internet against 65% of the female population. So there's a gap there, a gap of 5 percentage points that you can also express in different ways, which I will not do now. I invite you to look at our publication. If we then look at the various regions in the world, we can see that in the Americas, in the CIS countries, and in Europe, the overall percentages are very high, and the gap between men and women is very small. But there is a gap, about 1 to 2 percentage points in each of the regions. If we go to the region where we are today, in the Arab states, we see a bigger gap. We see that 75% of the male population is using the internet against 64% of the female population. And remember that globally it is 70 to 65, so the gap here is actually bigger than the global average. In Asia Pacific, on the other hand, the overall percentage is a bit lower, but the gap is smaller as well. It's 68 against 64. The big gap, though, is in Africa, where 43% of the male population is using the internet against only 31% of women. And Rele will talk to us about that later and come up with a few explanations maybe and some ideas how we can address this. We also have data on the percentage of the population owning a mobile phone, where we can see the overall percentages are a bit higher, but the gap is the same. 82% of the male population globally owns a mobile phone against 77% of the population. Earlier I spoke about the difference by region, but of course regions are very heterogeneous. There are rich countries, poor countries, different types of countries. If you look at income is a very big factor in these differences. There's a big correlation. I'm not going to say causation, but there's a big correlation between income level of a country and gender gap. And here we can see that in high income countries, almost everyone has a mobile phone, both men and women. In upper middle income countries, it's 86% of male against 84% of women, so there's a small gap. Lower middle, it's 77 against 66. And in low income countries, 60% of the male population against 41% of the female population. So huge gap there as well. I will stop here with the barrage of data, which is a bit hard to get, especially when spoken without any slides. In our session today, we're going to look deeper into these issues based on data. And eventually, what we're trying to answer are the following policy questions, or at least that's where we should be leading, and maybe we can get something out of this session. Policy questions are: what are the most binding constraints which hold women back from being able to equally participate in the digital economy? So we're looking at barriers, and barriers that are different between men and women. What policy interventions will create a more even playing field where women are as able as men to derive socioeconomic benefits from digital interactions? So how can we solve it? How can policymakers solve it? And then which countries have provided evidence of providing an enabling environment for equal participation in the digital economy? And what were the key factors which led to this success? So learning from others. So these are the 3 policy questions. I would now like to give the floor to Rele Mariti from Research IST Africa to talk about the situation in Africa. Rele, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you to the participants for taking your time to join us today. As Martin has already said, I will be sharing the evidence from what is it? Okay. So I'll be presenting our findings from the interesting and important work we have been doing at Research ICT Africa. Okay. Which one? Okay, apologies. We're trying to move the slide. Okay. So what we see from the data is that despite the increased digitalization around the world and even in Africa, the policies in Africa, in most African countries, have fallen short in addressing digital inequalities. And so as a result, we still see a lot of disparities in how these technologies are adopted and used across countries in Africa and within countries. And so what we find is that these digital inequalities are mainly driven by inequalities by structural inequalities. These are the differences in income and education between different groups within countries. And at the same time, we see that the COVID-19 has exacerbated the structural inequalities by widening the digital inequalities. And so what we have been doing at Research ICT Africa is to collect data on how individuals use this digital technologies and the adoption of digital technologies, and we look at what barriers they face, and for those who already have access, what limitations they face in trying to use these technologies in the most productive way. And so we conclude that for African countries to achieve universal and meaningful connectivity, there's a need for effectively regulated and competitive and innovative industry that will respond to consumers' needs. So to just give an overview of the After Access project. No. To just give overview of the After Access project, this is the only nationally representative household and individual survey that looks at the adoption and use of digital technologies across multiple African countries. And Research ICT Africa has been collecting this data, and so the first round of the After Access surveys took place between 2005 and 2008, and it covered 17 African countries. And so the second was between 2012 and 2010, and it covered 13 African countries. And the third was between 2017 and 2018, and it covered only 10 African countries. And you see that the number of countries we are covering is going down. And this is because we are an organization that's funded by other organizations. So we really need to invest more on this. So today I'll be presenting the findings from the fourth round of the After Access surveys, which took place between 2022 and 2023, and we covered 7 African countries. But today I only have results for 6 African countries. So the survey provides a detailed account of the adoption of digital technologies and how individuals use these technologies and what barriers they face and limitations they face. And for each of the countries surveyed, the household and individual survey is accompanied by micro-enterprise surveys. So the individual and household surveys are nationally representative, but the micro-enterprise surveys are not nationally representative because we don't have because of the lack of national listing of micro enterprises in different countries. But then we were able to cover a large number of micro enterprises in each of the countries. So because of this, the insights are really important. So just to give the high-level findings, what we find is that the internet is mostly accessed through smartphones, but these devices still remain inaccessible to majority of the population in Africa. For instance, in 2022, 72% of the adult population in Nigeria did not have access to a smartphone. And this is even higher in countries like Ethiopia and Uganda, where we find that 84% of the adult population do not have access to a smartphone. And so because of this limits access to the internet. And in these countries where we have low levels of smartphone adoption, we have low levels of internet access. More than 50% of the population, of the adult population, do not have access to the internet. And when looking across countries, we see different gaps. We see significant gaps across countries. And also, there are significant gaps within countries. We find that men are still more likely than women to use the internet. And this, the gender gaps are more significant in countries where we have low levels of internet access. So the main barriers to internet access are the price of devices, and the lack of digital skills and lack of awareness of what the internet is. So when we talk of lack of digital skills, it's the basic literacy required to navigate the internet. So we still see individuals who say they don't know how to use the internet, and those who say they don't know what the internet is. And also when doing the supply side analysis, we find that most of those countries that we have, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Uganda, they rank in the top 10 countries in Africa that have the cheapest prices of data. But those online indicate that they're not able to use the internet as much as they would love to because of high data prices. So then this says low data prices do not equate to improved access and use because of the structural inequalities. And also when doing the supply side analysis, we find that when looking at the quality of internet that is experienced by end users, there are disparities. Those in urban and capital centers enjoy a better quality than others. So because most internet users access the internet through smartphones, it is important that we understand what the level of smartphone ownership within countries and how that has evolved over time. So overall, there has been an increase in mobile phone ownership across countries, and we see that in some countries 90% of the adult population have access to a mobile phone. So when looking at the bar, the red part of the bar shows smartphone ownership, and the gray part shows basic phone or feature phone use. So where we have the red part being bigger than the gray part, that says in that country we have mobile phone ownership being dominated by use of smartphones. But if we have a gray part being larger than the red part, it means we have mobile phone ownership being dominated by use of basic or feature phones. So we still see that in some countries we have low levels of adoption of smartphones. For instance, when you look at Ethiopia, and Nigeria and Uganda, you see that mobile phone ownership in these countries is dominated by use of basic phones, which limits access to the internet. Only 16% of the adult population in Nigeria, I'm sorry, not Nigeria, in Ethiopia and Uganda had access to a smartphone. And this was 28% in Nigeria. So not only do we have this devices being inaccessible, but even the level of access differs across groups within the same country. So when looking across gender, we find that men are more likely than females to have access to a mobile phone, but these gaps are more pronounced when looking at smartphone ownership specifically. So when looking at the bars, the right bar for each of the countries, the right bar represents mobile phone ownership among males, and you find for some of those countries there is a difference. And an exception is South Africa, where we see that there's almost parity in smartphone use. So these low levels of access to smartphone among females limits their access to internet-enabled services and opportunities. So then when looking across all countries, we find that the main barrier to smartphone ownership is the price of these devices. So across all countries, a significant share of individuals who do not have access to smartphones indicate that these devices are too expensive for them. So when looking at the trends in internet access, so when looking at the trends in internet access, we see that the internet access has been growing across all countries, and some of the countries have reached more than half of the adult population. And however, despite the increase in internet access across all countries, what we see is that the level of access differs across countries, and even the rate of growth of internet access also differs across countries. It is growing faster in other countries. For instance, when you look at the level of internet access in 2018 in Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria, you find that they had relatively similar levels of internet access. But between 2018 and 2022, we see that in Kenya and Ghana, the level of internet access doubled. And in Nigeria, there was a marginal increase. So then, because of this positive trend in internet access, the gender gaps have also been declining, but they still remain significant, with males being more likely than females to have access to the internet. In some countries, like these gender gaps are more pronounced in countries where we have low levels of internet access. So then when looking at the barriers to internet access across all countries, we see that the lack of access to devices comes out as the main barrier. But even though this is the main barrier, we still see the lack of digital skills and the lack of awareness of what the internet is being the main barrier. So when looking across gender, we see that more females than males say that they don't know what the internet is. For instance, when looking at don't know what the internet is, we see that 23% of females say that they don't know what the internet is. And this is slightly lower for males at only 19%. So there are slight differences across countries. For instance, when you look at Ethiopia, Nigeria, and South Africa, the lack of digital skills, that is individuals who say they don't know how to use the internet, that is the main barrier. But when looking at countries like Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda, we see that the lack of access to internet-enabled devices remains the main barrier. So when looking at how individuals are using the internet, for those who are already online, we see that across all countries, the internet is predominantly used for social networking. So nearly all internet users report using the internet for social networking. And very few report using the internet for online activities that have direct economic benefits like government services and online work. We only have 17% of internet users saying they use the internet for online work, and 26% say they use the internet for government services. So we still see that the use of the internet for meaningful activities still remains low. So when looking across gender, we see that when it comes to activities that enhance leisure, we see that there are no differences in how male and females use the internet for those activities. But when we look at other when we look at those online activities that have direct economic benefits like government services, online work, and using the internet to access the news, we see significant gaps, with males being more likely to use the internet for those activities in comparison to females. So when looking, so we also had a question that asked internet users if they are able to use the internet as much as they would love to. And what we find is that majority of them say they feel limited in the extent to which they can use the internet. And the main factor leading to this is the prices of data. So we see that across all countries, the main limitation to internet use is data prices. So when looking at the use of digital technologies by micro enterprises, we find that in most of the countries, the use of mobile phone ownership is dominated by use of basic phones. So in Nigeria and Ethiopia, we see that most micro enterprises that report using mobile phones for business activities, most of them only have basic phones as the most advanced phones, and very few have access to smartphones. And when looking across different groups, we see that female-owned micro enterprises, those located in rural areas and informal micro enterprises, are the least likely to have mobile phones. And these differences are more pronounced when we look at smartphone ownership. And so when we look at South Africa and Ghana, we find that mobile phone ownership amongst micro enterprises in these countries is dominated by use of smartphones, and there are slight differences across groups. So then we see the differences that we have in mobile phone ownership and smartphone ownership are also reflected in internet access. So what we see is that the countries that have low levels of smartphone ownership, we also have micro enterprises having low levels of internet. So in Ethiopia, only 5% of the surveyed micro enterprises were using the internet for business activities, and this was only 13% in Nigeria. And there are significant gaps across gender and locations, as well as formality, in which we see that informal micro enterprises and those established in rural areas and those that are female owned are the least likely to use the internet for business activities. And so also we still see that even in Ghana and South Africa, they had slightly higher levels of internet access amongst micro enterprises, but they are higher when compared to other countries. But overall, across all countries, the use of internet for business activities by micro enterprises is low. Because when looking across all these countries, you find that 60% of the surveyed micro enterprises were not using the internet for business activities. So also then what we find is that we have micro enterprises that have smartphones but are not using the internet for business activities. So when we look at this specific group, we find that the main barrier to internet access is data prices. So for instance, when you look at Ethiopia, 26% of micro enterprises reported using smartphones for business activities, but only 5% of them were using the internet. And so then this says there is a need to look at data prices. So in conclusion, the analysis that we have emphasizes the importance of having demand-side data. As Martin did say, without demand-side data, we are not able to determine the socio and economic factors which limit the adoption and use of digital technologies. And these are only which are factors are invisible to the supply side. So it is very important that we invest in demand side data so that we can be able to monitor progress and identify gaps that are existing and be able to know what targeted interventions are required in order to promote universal and meaningful connectivity. And in doing this, we need to pay more attention to those at the intersection of these inequalities. Particularly, these are least educated females who are living in poor rural households. So if we want to have universal and meaningful connectivity, there is a need to pay attention to this group. Thank you. I'll hand over to you, Martin.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting, very, very rich as well. At this point, I would like only questions for clarification. The general debate will come after the three presentations. So, are there any questions for clarification in the room? Or maybe online, Zana? No? I have one question though. How do you define micro-enterprises?
Thank you, Martin, for that. So in this study, micro-enterprises are those enterprises that have at most 10 employees, that is 10 or less, and are not part of a franchise.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I think we can move to another part of the world. We were moving to Brazil, and Fabio will tell us about their survey in Brazil. Fabio.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for Ria for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here also with Martin and the other colleagues. I think I'll be standing to see my slides, and if the colleague can help me to. So, thank you. So, I'm from CETIC.br, which is a research center based in Brazil that is responsible for collecting ICT data in Brazil for the past 20 years. So we are monitoring this field for the past 20 years. And I don't need to repeat Martin, and really in a sense that to say that why do you need this demand side data, how useful it is to have this data, especially in a data-driven society where we are discussing AI and how to train models with data, but we still need to have at least some equality in the way the data is collected, and these types of inequalities are very important to monitor. So my presentation here, if you can go to the next slide, if I have one main question or main message, it will be that we also need to innovate, of course, in data collection, but also in the data analysis of what we collect, in order to understand the gaps and the consequences and the correlations that we want to address with policies. So I would like to show some examples of what we are doing in terms of measuring meaningful and access and meaningful connectivity in Brazil, so that we can say that even what can we do with those type of demand side data when we have this data available. So I'll talk about more or less what we are doing, and then talk about how is the structure of measurement in Brazil. On the next slide, just to mention that in the case of Brazil, as we saw in Africa, there was a very fast changing scenario for the internet in the past 20 years. So just to compare, if you compare 2008 to 2025, we passed through from having 42% of households households connected to the internet to almost 98% of households connected. We had in the past, we have 48% of the internet users using the internet outside home in cyber cafes and other environments, and now it's just 7%. And also with the mobile phone connections, we went from 40% in 2008 to almost 88% now. So there's a very fast changing scenario in the country. And if you take the differences, at least in the use of individual access to mobile phone, you can see that there's not much difference between males and females when you compare the two figures, being in 2008 and 2024. So we can argue that there's no gender gap, there's no relevant gender gap when you compare just the access, so the access to smartphones or the access to the in Brazil. But what our point on, okay, but how do you measure, apart from the access, now that we have almost 90% of the population connected, how do you measure effectively how significant this access is, how meaningful this access is to people? So we decided to develop, in the next slide, please. We decided to develop a scale that is a very simple scale based on 9 items that we classified using ITU's frameworks and other organizations' frameworks to define meaningful connectivity. And we decided to classify these 9 indicators in 4 dimensions. So the dimension of the affordability, so this connection is affordable to the people that have it. The access to devices, so are there devices that are capable of benefiting from the internet, the quality of connection, including the download speed and so on, and the usage environment, if you have internet in different spaces, at work, at home, at school, and etc. So this is, we used a sample survey, a normal sample survey that we have in Brazil, and we classified these 9 items, and for each person in the population, we set a scale of 0 to 9 points, which means that 0, it's a very low meaningful connectivity, and 9, it will be the minimum connectivity, understanding that we have affordability, access, connection, and devices. And when you calculate this in the next slide, then you can see very huge inequalities, because although we have 88% or 90% that had some access to the internet, when it goes to the meaningful connectivity, we can say that today in Brazil, only 22% of the population has a meaningful connectivity, in being 33% are in the 0 to 2 of this scale. We can see that traditional differences appear. So for instance, urban areas and rural areas are very different in terms of meaningful connectivity. You can have here also the regions in Brazil vary a lot. We have the poorest regions with less meaningful connectivity. But take a look at male versus female. If in the axis there are no difference, when it comes to meaningful connectivity, we have almost 10 percentage points more male with meaningful connectivity than female in the country. So this is very important. So when you do compound indicators and do more sophisticated analysis of the data you have, then you see very huge inequalities, and you can understand how to face those gender inequalities. In the next slide, please. We did the same scale, and we compare also. Okay, so you have a more quality connectivity compared to those that have a low quality connectivity. What happens with your activities online? So if you go to sending, using social media or sending instant messages or watching videos, the more communication and entertainment activities, there's not much differences, although there are some differences, but the differences are smaller than if you compare to more transactional activities, such as public services, financial services, and studying online. More or less the same what happened in Africa if you compare with the data that was shown before. So when it comes to doing the more important activities online that has more benefits to people, the connectivity is correlated. The low meaningful connectivity is correlated with low performance of those types of activities, and also with skills, which is very important. So those that have less, that reported less digital skills, are also those that have low levels of digital connectivity. Of course, those things are correlated. You don't know what comes first. You don't have skills and then you don't go for connectivity, or the opposite. But this is important to understand the situation and to do policy recommendations in the field. And the next slide, just to say that, of course, we have very traditional, as was mentioned before, very traditional inequalities that also affect the online world. So this is still happening, and we need to. That's why we need disaggregated data. We need very. You need to you just not look into the big picture, but also disaggregated data. So here you can see when you break by level of education, for instance, and you compare the list of ITU digital skills that ITU recommends as to be measured by the countries, you can see that there's a very huge gap between those that have more education and less education when it comes to digital skills. So this is another point arguing that we do need more sophisticated and disaggregated data to understand the digital inequalities. On the next slide, please. Here, just to say, we have another survey with children, and I have just one figure here to mention. It's interesting to see among children how also the capabilities of recognizing the digital world still need to be developed, and this need to be discussed and enhanced among children. So when we ask children if you think that everyone finds the same information when they search for things online, or if the first result of an internet search is always the best source of information, we have more than the half of children 9 to 17 years old agreeing with this statement. To see that although you can have access, you can be online through social media, it's another type of skills to understand how the algorithms work and how the digital world works. So this is another example of how we can be more sophisticated in the analysis. And to sum up, just to say a few words about CETIC. So we are a center based in São Paulo, Brazil, that for the past 20 years is producing data on the access of the internet by different parts of the population, and also by companies, by governments, by schools and healthcare facilities. And we are also a UNESCO Category 2 center cooperating with Latin American and African countries in order to produce those type of comparative data. You can have all of this information available online if you want. And in the next slide, just to mention that we also have a few interesting programs of capacity building for researchers into applying these types of surveys and to produce comparable data and comparable information on the field of the internet. But I'm not taking too much more time on this, so we can have more discussion on the discussion phase. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Again, very interesting presentation, very rich in detail and in the types of data that you're collecting and what you can do with it. Same procedure. If there are any questions for clarifications at this point, nothing. Then I suggest we move on to Claire, who's online, who will talk to us about the GSMA results for low and middle income countries. Claire, I hope the connection works and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Very good, very well.
Okay, perfect. And I'm please sharing some slides. Yeah, so I'm Claire from GSMA. I lead our digital inclusion programs, including our Connected Women program. And one of the things we do is we publish an annual report on the mobile gender gap, where we do conduct nationally representative surveys on women's access to and use of mobile internet and the barriers they face across low and middle income countries. So I thought it'd be useful to first start by highlighting the trends. As you can see from this slide, where we started measuring the gender gap from 2017, that the mobile internet gender gap had been consistently narrowing up until about 2020, when it stood at 15%. Yep.
Can you put them at full screen slides?
Yep, sorry, let me do that. Is it better now? Sorry. Is it showing up as full screen for you now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. So this was good news. It was a high gender gap, but it had been reducing. And in fact, we saw during the first phase of COVID, when there was the lockdowns and people were stuck at home, a real reduction of the gender gap because as women were, having to go online to educate their children and such. But the fact is, and I think it was highlighted in the presentation by Ria, after COVID, for 2 years after that kind of lockdown period ended, we saw that that progress had stalled. There was a slowdown in digital inclusion for women, and progress in the mobile internet gender gap had stalled, as women were being very disproportionately negatively impacted by the immediate aftermath. And in fact, the gap widened to 19% in 2022. Last year, when we published our latest data, we showed the gender gap narrowed back down to 15%. So women are 15% less likely than men to use mobile internet, bring us back to where we were in 2020. And I think I wanted to highlight this trend because it just shows how progress in closing the mobile gender gap is fragile and it's not guaranteed. So what we really do need is we need to have concerted, targeted effort. And I think by having this data and showing the trends, we can see how different global events affect it. But it's, while the recent narrowing shows a promising shift compared to 2 years, it's absolutely not clear if the gender gap is women's adoption is going to continue to increase and the gender gap is going to still go. So, and I think it's also important to note that even though, we're back to 2020 levels, it's still quite a wide gender gap. There are still, according to our data, 265 million fewer women than men using mobile internet in low middle income countries. And I'm talking specifically about mobile because that's the primary way that most people in these regions access the internet. So now I'm going to go into sort of what it means at different regions, and as we show that there's a lot of differences in the gaps depending on the country you're in, the region you're in, and where you are in a country. So so that kind of 15% masks, really big regional and national gender gaps. The majority of the women who are not using mobile internet, 60%, live in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. So these are the regions that have the biggest gender gaps. So in South Asia, it's 31%, and in sub-Saharan Africa, 32%. This compares to a 0% in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in sub-Saharan Africa, so we saw a lot of the reduction in the gap has been driven by South Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. There's been some changes year on year, but there hasn't been a really big difference in terms of the gender gap from what it was in 2017. So now it's 32%. In 2017, it's 34%. So I think that just also highlights that, it can be difficult to make big differences, and as I highlighted in the previous slide, it's, any reductions are not guaranteed. And as was, I think, mentioned previously, these gaps also grow and vary within countries. So in rural areas, the gender gaps are much higher than in urban areas. But it isn't just about whether women are adopting the internet. Are they able to use it to meet their life needs? And I think we see that there are big gaps that we have kind of created this sort of high-level journey in terms of, and recognizing it's not necessarily linear, but in terms of going from owning a phone to kind of being aware of the internet and using it for diverse use. And what we see is that the gender gaps widen at every stage. So even if there might not be a gender gap in mobile internet adoption, there is a gender gap in regular or diverse use of the internet typically. So it's important to understand these. We see that in our survey, once men and women become internet users, the vast majority tend to use it every day, but that's sort of often for a limited range of purposes. And in fact, in our recent research report, we asked whether people would like to use it more, and women were more likely than men to report that they would like to use it more than they currently do. This was true for sort of more than half of mobile internet users in some of the countries we surveyed, like Ethiopia, Kenya, Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. So I think in terms of in addressing these gaps, it's really important to understand what stops men and women from adopting and using the internet. And I think it's not a surprise that our data is very consistent with what Research ICT Africa says. What we're being told in our surveys is that once women are aware of mobile internet, the top barriers that stop them from adopting it are affordability, primarily of handsets, internet-enabled handsets, and lack of literacy and digital skills. These are the same barriers that men face, but more women face these barriers than men because they're more likely to be offline. And they also experience these barriers more acutely due to social norms and structural inequalities like education, disparities in education and income. And then last year, for the first time, we actually asked, what is the barrier stopping women from using it more, men and women from using it more? And the barriers aren't as clear cut. So in terms of mobile internet adoption, very clearly, handset affordability, literacy, and skills are the top barriers across the countries. It's not as clear cut, and it does vary by country more in the kind of use them for further use. But overall, safety and securities was a top reported barrier, and in fact is one of the top 3 barriers in all the survey countries. And concerns around, this includes concerns around reliability of information found online, scams, fraud, information security, unwanted contact from strangers, and fears of being exposed to harmful content. The second was affordability. This was primarily of data, but also of handsets. So these are and I think we also had previously done some research just to kind of build on what was said before, looking at female micro entrepreneurs and what's stopping them from using. We also saw that, similar to Research ICT Africa, female micro entrepreneurs are much less likely than male micro entrepreneurs to use mobile for their businesses. And even when they were using some of these services in their personal lives, they were not using it for business, often because they weren't even aware that it could be used for business. So I think, again, it highlights that these barriers also differ depending not only in country, but your context and who you are. And we shouldn't be painting women as a kind of homogeneous sort of group. So that's at a high level. We have a lot more data in our report, and I'll share that as well as the report we published on female micro entrepreneurs. But I think just to get to kind of what do we think we can do? So at a very high level, and again, we have more recommendations, but at a high level, we just really need to focus on this and set real targets. You know, as I showed in the trend slide, you know, we can't be complacent. You know, it's not guaranteed that the gender gaps are going to continue to decrease. And as been highlighted many times, we absolutely gender disaggregated data is critical to measuring and informing policies and investments and action to do this. So while you know, a number of us have surveys, as we've been saying, there's a lot more data that's needed to understand women's mobile use, their needs, their barriers, and how this differs in different contexts and for different groups of women. So we definitely need more data. And when it comes to kind of designing products, services, policies, we really need to consider women's needs, circumstances, and the challenges that they face and the different barriers. So for example, if you look at the barriers that we've mentioned, affordability, you know, can be improved by policies, initiatives that lower upfront costs for internet-enabled handsets, for example, lowering mobile-specific taxes or handset financing initiatives. And it's also skills, literacy and skills. There's a lot that people can do to address that. But to kind of flag that our experience is that these barriers need to be addressed holistically. It's not, you need to think of both the affordability, the skills, the social norms, and all those things when you're trying to tackle it. And kind of finally, you know, we all need to work together and partner with different stakeholders. No one group can do this on their own. So, I mean, just I guess to conclude, I think we need more informed, targeted action and investment by stakeholders. And I shared earlier that there's, you know, the gap is big and it's not always reducing. So I wanted to end on a slightly more positive note, which is that it is possible to make a difference. We do feel that this informed, targeted action can make a difference. We have mobile operators who've made connected women commitments to reduce the gender gap in their mobile internet and mobile money customer bases. And they have set clear targets for doing so and then are tackling these barriers. And since 2016, when these commitments first started to be made, we've seen that they have actually succeeded and have reached over 70 million additional women with mobile internet and mobile money services. So when having the data and taking that targeted action, it is possible to make a difference. So I hope we can continue the conversation here on what we all need to do. So I will stop sharing now. That was me.
Thank you very much, Claire. That was very, very insightful as well. So we had 3 presentations, 3 different contexts, 3 different ways of collecting data, and basically all coming up with the same issues. First of all, are there any questions for direct clarifications to Claire? If not, I suggest we can move to a general debate. So I would like to ask the audience if there's any issues they would like to raise, any questions, any suggestions, how to make the step from data to policy or some policy examples online. Yes, there's a question there. Can we get a microphone there? If you can also please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Papa Sek, and I'm from UN Women Research and Data. Hi, Martin. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
No, really interesting presentations and you know a lot to digest. And so just I guess a couple of questions from me. One is just wanted to understand, because I think each of you presented work that you're doing, but I just was wondering how much of this is, for example, linked through official data through the national statistical system. Do you work with the national statistical offices in the countries where you work at all? And if so, what has been your experience? And I'm asking because our experience working with NSOs is again, has been, there are good things and bad things as well. And, sometimes it was also using, new data sources, including citizen generated data, has really helped. So I was just wondering what has been your experience. And the second point is really more on essentially, I mean, have you seen in your research, or did you collect data on monitoring behavior, right? So this is linked to violence against women and controlling behavior, where essentially, a male husband, for example, may want to control what his wife does on online. We've seen that in when we try to measure online violence against women, online and offline, and as part of monitoring behavior. And I was just wondering whether this was something that you've looked at in your studies, and if so, what did you find? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are two excellent questions. I have something to contribute on the first question, but I will first go through our panel. Maybe we start the other way around. So Claire, maybe you can tell something about how you collect the data, if there are any interactions with the NSO. We'll take the questions one by one. So first we tackle the first question, then the second one.
I'll answer. So the first one, the data I've shared is from our nationally representative surveys. We don't collect the data from the statistics office, but we do refer to and look at the ITU data that was referenced earlier, which does come from the government. So we don't directly engage with those departments.
Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you for your question. So yes, in our case, CETIC, the NSO participate in our expert groups. So we developed a model that I think is very interesting for highlighting these issues. That is a multi-stakeholder model for collecting or defining how to measure, what to measure, and what types of indicators are needed. So we have groups that the NSO participate. But there's the statistics regarding the ICTs are made by CETIC, but the NSO also have a few indicators and a few data on the ICTs that it also collects. So we work in partnership, and the NSO validates and participates in the data we produce. Regarding just the first question, right?
Thank you. So what we do is to work with national statistical offices to collect data. We go to individuals and households as well as micro enterprises to learn of how they use these technologies and what barriers they face. So in our experience with working with national statistical offices, we had good working relationships in some countries, and well, like any other journey, there are countries where we encountered challenges. So I think that is the overall experience to say.
And who's conducting the surveys?
So we have the national statistical offices hiring field workers to do the surveys.
Okay, thank you very much. From the ITU perspective, we actually do not do a survey ourselves. We only collect the data that are collected by the country, and usually and often it is the NSO, not always. In some countries and in more countries, it's the regulator that is either funding the survey or in some cases even conducting the survey. And there's advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the regulator has usually money because they have funding from the operators, so they have money to conduct the survey. But you need the experience from an NSO for the sample sizes, etc., for all the statistical work. It's absolutely crucial that you work with NSOs, or that NSOs do the work, because what we do, where we don't get data, we make estimates, but we only make estimates for the high level number of people using the internet. We just add the gender breakdown, but we cannot go into any detail about what people are doing online, what kind of barriers there are, what kind of skills they have. It's impossible to make estimates for that, and even if we would make estimates, the estimates would be bad. And we see how important it is to go beyond the headline number and into the disaggregated numbers. So yeah, that really is a crucial point, and so we need countries to get involved, NSOs to get involved, and NSOs to get funded for surveys. Now, on the second question, again, let me go through the panel and see if they have addressed online violence in their surveys. The other way around this time. Rayla, you can start.
Okay, thank you. And also, with the last question, just to clarify, when I say we have the National Statistical Office's hiring, they do the hiring process, but we have Research ICT Africa paying for the labor costs. So with online experiences, we did reports for individual countries, and what we find in some countries, we find that there are cases where we find males being more likely than females to experience online threats. But what we find is that this is more linked to what kind of information they share online. So in countries where we find that females are less likely to share their real name, their gender, and their political views, that is where we find males being likely than females to experience online threats. But in countries where we find that there are no differences in what information individuals share on social media, we find that females are more likely than males to experience online threats. Thank you.
Fabio?
Thank you. No, in our case in Brazil, we don't have any specific survey on this thematic, although we have a few qualitative studies on this, showing more in-depth analysis. It's a very difficult topic to include in a typical survey, because the respondents tend not to be more tend to underestimate the rates of those cases. So we do need to combine more qualitative and quantitative analysis. And we do have an experience with children. We run since 2012 the Kids Online survey, which is a survey based with children from 9 to 17 years old. And in this case, we ask for a few. We have a strategy for sensitive data collection with self-administrative surveys with children, and they. And we have a few data from things related to violence online and related to children on that. But regarding gender, we see some trends. For instance, in the case of Brazil, although we don't see many differences in terms of the risks they feel online in terms of, or for instance, for sexual violence. But when you talk about parent mediation, you can see that parents are more worried about the girls than the boys. So the rates of the rates of mediation with girls is higher in the country, and also girls also report more cases of feeling bad online or having a problematic experience of usage. So we have a few experience that's with children, but not with overall adult population.
Thank you. Claire, do you have anything on this subject?
Yes, we do. We have a whole series of BEREC questions that we ask around both on the kind of safety and security issues and whether it's a concern that's stopping you from either going online or using the internet more. We also have questions around whether family approval is an issue or not in terms of going online. And last year we asked some questions, extra questions to look at, this. So we see that this is a concern for both men and women, the safety and security concern. And as people get online, it becomes a more of a concern once you're online. And so we asked some questions last year about whether people had personally experienced the safety and security issues, or whether it was a concern. And I don't, there wasn't any big gender differences, but although I would say that a lot of I think there's two aspects to this in terms of preventing women from going online. There's the reality of it happening, and you can see from our last report, how many women versus men report this happening in reality to themselves, and there's a concern that it will happen. And I think in our research we've seen some of the sort of gatekeepers or family members are concerned about their wives or daughters going online because of these risks. So I think it's both the concern and the reality, but it's certainly an issue that is stopping women from going online. And I think some of these concerns are limiting their ability to go online, or their online use, and their use is limited in certain ways, in an effort to sort of to address this perceived risk.
Thank you very much.
Also, I should say we did some research a number of years ago that looked at digital skills, and what we found is that women were much less likely to know how to protect themselves online. So they didn't know there were things like privacy settings on Facebook and such, and they actually, their skills levels and some of these ways to keep themselves protected online were lower than for men. So that's also an issue.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. The only thing I would like to add to this question is that I see some issues in actually asking the question, especially if this goes into a household survey where the survey may pass by the head of household who's actually controlling it. So either you don't get the answers, or you may not get the correct answers or the right answers, because the women may not feel free to say whatever they want. So that's a difficult issue in always in this type of sensitive issues. So you have to find a way to actually reach your target population in a way that they are free to answer. But it's a very important subject and definitely worth investing in. Are there any other questions in the room? Please, in front here. Can we get the...
Thank you very much. I would like to ask if the research was only based on adult access to mobile phones, or even children, because in most of the southern countries, in households, you find that even kids got access to smartphones even more than their parents. So maybe the access to internet may be maybe higher than the access to internet by parents. So I'd like to know if the research was only for adults.
Yes, very good question. Fabio, since you have the mic, you may answer it.
Yes. Well, in our case, the survey I showed, it is covering 10 years old or more individuals. So we screen the household, and we select randomly one person that lives in the household that can be from 10 years old or more. So that's what we cover in this data. And of course we have data from what children, smaller children, are doing online. We have data from reported by adults. So we ask adults if the children are using the internet. So we have also estimates from the youngest population. But you're right that if you take the youngsters and young people use more intensively the internet than the adults, and we can also disaggregate out all of this information for these age groups.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In our case, what we did was to only conduct interviews with individuals who are at least 15 years.
Claire?
Yeah, for our mobile gender gap report, it is adults, but I've just put in the link on the line. We have our state of mobile internet connectivity report, which looks at connectivity, um, and it does separate out adults versus those who are under 18, and how that makes it, and also shared phone access and such. So it has more detail. It's not. It has more detail on that, a bit more detail on that point.
Yes.
So.
And in the case of the ITU, we collect whatever the countries are doing. So we depend on the surveys done in countries. We recommend, we have a manual, we recommend starting at the age of 5. Because as we know, children have different attitudes, different behavior than older people. But there are also legal issues in some countries where you can only start surveying people starting at 15 or 16. So in the EU, for example, the age cutoff, it's 15 or 16 to 74 often, although countries now are voluntarily also going below and above that. Certainly for 15-year-olds, the 15 to 24-year-olds are much more likely to use the internet than other age groups. Below 15, it's actually different. So that there's really a point where all the children get online and a point where not all the children are online. So it's actually very important to cover all those age groups so that you can see it in your data. Thank you for that question. Any other questions? Still no questions online. Let me ask a question, because we keep on saying that we need this data, and we do need this data for policy purposes. And Claire really gave a few directions of where policy should go. But it would also be good to know if the data are actually used by policymakers or if there are barriers there. And maybe Brazil is a good case here, because you do work with the policymakers, I understand. And how is the interaction with policymakers? How are your data used by the policymakers, and how do the policymakers ask you for specific data, Fabio?
Thank you, Martin. Yes, we have this multi-stakeholder model that I think it's useful, because we do think that we do need to conduct surveys that are really useful for policymaking. So what we do is that before going to the field, in each iteration of the survey, we call an expert group composed by policymakers and academics and private sector, civil society, and they go deep into the survey and to understand some of the indicators. Of course, we keep because they are recommended by ITU or by international standards. So we want to have a time series of fixed indicators, but we also develop new indicators and of new aspects that are relevant for policymakers in the field, so that we can be more responsive to that. I think this is useful not just because the results are used more by the policymakers, but also because this give legitimacy to the survey process, and also helps in the funding part of it. So how the more that they think that the results are useful, the more you can argue that they should fund, there should be a guaranteed fund for keeping the survey occurring. And I think another important part of this is being very dynamic, because the field changes very dynamically. So the uses of what people do online changes. So we have to be very fast in incorporating these new trends in the survey, so that you can give results that are more relevant to the policymakers. So that's why this more participatory way of consulting the community is good for keeping the survey relevant.
Thank you. Rayla, do you work with policymakers, or how are the data used by policymakers?
So once we are done with doing the reporting, we do presentations, we disseminate our findings to the policymakers in the respective countries, and they have shown interest in using the data, and Also, after we have done the presentation, they're always eager to know what police interventions they can implement to address challenges in their respective countries.
Thank you. Claire, I know you have some issues in actually hearing us, and you already mentioned some of the streams of policy interaction, but maybe you can elaborate a bit more or repeat what you said before about the interaction with.
I think the question was, how do we engage with policymakers on this issue, if I'm correct?
Yeah, how do we
Sorry, the
reach,
sound is,
yeah,
has,
exactly.
So obviously we share our data with anybody who wants it. We're keen to make sure people are doing evidence-based policies and programming. And we support governments on their policies. We run free training courses on both the digital gender divide as well as digital inclusion in general with policymakers, to where we again share our data and recommendations. We have a whole report which outlines specifically policy recommendations in this space. So we're very engaged, and we're very keen that the data that we are lucky enough to be able to collect is available and accessible as much as possible to all stakeholders working in this space, so that we're all evidence based in our work.
Thank you. That's excellent. I still see no questions. I'm gonna ask one last question, and then we will wrap up. And it's been mentioned already a few times, but it's so important to have these data. And yet we see so many gaps, especially in low income and low middle income countries, in countries collecting the data. And as I mentioned, the NSOs, they are usually underfunded. And ICT statistics are not a priority for them. So 2 questions. How did you manage to fund your data collection? And the second is, how can we make this maybe attractive to donors, or how can we increase funding, especially to NSOs, to do this kind of data collection? And I think I will start with the positive example here. So Fabio, I'm gonna first hand it to you, and then to the other 2 panelists.
Thank you, Martin. Just to present on the Brazilian model, in the case of Brazil, the center where I'm from, and CETIC, and it's funded by nic.br, which is the country code level domain .br register. So we use the funds that comes from the .br to provide society with more information, including surveys on the use of the internet. This is a unique model. And I think other country code level domains also invest in service, but this is something that can be done. But I do think that, as I mentioned, keeping the relevance of the indicators, I think is very important. It's very interesting to see that if you go to all the now you have very new strategies to measure AI readiness or AI capabilities of countries, and all of them in a sense or include data on connectivity, on the capability of people to also be online and use the internet. So I think that the agenda changes, but we do need this very basic information on how people are dealing with the state. Now we have generative AI, so we are also expect to see some inequalities in the use of this type of tools if you have surveys and data like this. So keeping the relevance and promote more stakeholder engagement throughout the process, I think there are good solutions and good ideas for making this type of data more available.
Thank you. Maybe I first go to Claire.
Sure. For our data, so I mean, we feel that this data is really, really needed, and we can't really know what we're doing and support our members without having it. So very fortunate that because of the lack of this data, especially gender disaggregated data, GSMA is funding the kind of core countries of our survey. our consumer survey in the kind of core countries that allow us to do the modeling of the usage gap and gender gaps because we absolutely need this data. And then we're fortunate to have support from some of our donors to add some countries that they're interested in to be able to compare across more countries and also to do the modeling so that we can model these gender gaps. So that's UK Department for International Development and UK Aid and Swedish International Development Agency support us in terms of being able to add additional countries and do this modeling and these reports that we're able to publish with the core countries coming from GSMA. But it is, I think it would be great if this data was just there and done in more countries and by more people. We all need this data.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Reila?
So Research ICT Africa is a donor-funded organization, and the latest round of the survey was funded by the World Bank and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so there is really a need for investment in this kind of data. And to make it attractive to funders, I believe what we can do is to stress the importance of this data and also show how this data can be used to create value. And again, as Fabia has already said, there is a need for collaboration and make the data easily accessible. So the data that we have is publicly available on Data First for those who, for everyone to access it. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that. I can add something from the ITU perspective. So we collect data from countries. We don't have our own survey. We don't fund our own surveys. We're not a funding agency. We have tried a couple of times to see if we could get donor agencies interested in funding surveys in countries, but they always say that that has to come from the countries, not from the ITU, and that's reasonable. But it is important that there's also a request for the data intrinsically from the countries themselves, from the policymakers, as we discussed. And we now have a project funded by the EU that's called Promoting and Measuring Universal and Meaningful Connectivity. And in that project, we're really trying to make the connection between the policymakers and the statisticians. We explain, we do a lot of workshops, we do a lot of advocacy, we explain what UMC is, Universal Meaning Connectivity, how to measure it, but also why it's important for policymakers, and we're trying to get at the country level a dialogue going between the policymakers and the statistics people. So hopefully that will help as well. Before wrapping up, I'm going to give a last chance to the audience or online for a last question. I see none. So before thanking the panel, I would like to conclude that there is a difference in gender, in how men and women access the internet, how they use it, how many use it, but also once they are online, men seem to make more of it than women, more activities than women. So how do we know that? We know that because of the surveys done in countries. And if we want to address it, if we want to move to a world where there's gender equality in access and use of ICTs, you need to have the data to be able to address it. So we need more data, we need better data, we need survey data. And then once we have the data, we need to analyze the data at a detailed level, like for example we've seen in the presentation of Brazil, and everyone can do that. It's not a difficult analysis, but you need to have the data. So the data is fundamental. There needs to be more funding for data from donors, but also from countries themselves, that they see the importance of the data so that they can get some of the government funding can go to data collection. There are different models, there's different ways of getting that, and we heard some of them here. But fundamentally, we need the data. countries need to have the data. With that, I would like to warmly thank the panelists, Leila Mariti from Research IST Africa, Fabio Senne from CETIC Brazil, Claire Shipthorpe from GSMA, Zara for the online moderation, and the organizers here. With that, let's give a big hand for everyone, and thank you very much, everyone.
Então, traz um viés, não é preciso. Ah, ok, 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 ok. Ah, ok, ok, tá bom. Tá, ok, tchau, tchau.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Is there a speaker with you? Speaker. Is there anyone with you? We will in the stage.
Keep some there.
How many one?
How many do you have?
Three, only three. All of them?
Yeah, by the seat. Sorry, would you send this? Sure. Can I take this off? Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Leave the headset. Yeah. Right down here. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed, it is my great privilege to welcome you all to this workshop. It's not working? Test 1 2. Can you hear me? Check. You can hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Can't hear? Check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Channel 2. Select channel 2. Channel 2. Channel 2. Thank you. Yeah, we're starting. Check 1 2. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. It is my great privilege to welcome you all to this workshop on the future of governance in the digital era. The objective of this workshop is to tackle challenges posed by frontier technologies on governance. As you are all aware, the future of governance in Africa is ours to envision and shape. Today, we're not just discussing the governance, we're creating the blueprint for systems that will shape our continent for generations to come. So let's channel our energy as we work together to design a future that works for everyone. By the end of this workshop, we aim to achieve several key outcomes. Among the outcomes, the establishment of a platform for networking and knowledge sharing that will drive this initiative. And we will also increase awareness and understanding of how emerging digital technologies impact on governance. So to kick off the workshop, we are privileged to have esteemed panel of leaders whose insights will shape today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to invite Ambassador Salah Siddiq Hamad to the podium to moderate on the opening sessions. Our moderator, Ambassador Salah Siddiq Hamad, is the head of African Governance Architecture Secretariat at the African Union with extensive experience in governance, human rights, continental policy development. Ambassador Hamad has been at the forefront of promoting democratic principles and good governance across Africa. His leadership at the AGA Secretariat underscores his commitment to fostering cooperation among AU member states to achieve sustainable governance and development. Ambassador Hamad is widely recognized for his strategic vision and dedication to advancing governance agenda. Ambassador?
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all of you, and allow me to stand on the existing protocol since we are running out of time. We have an opening ceremony this afternoon before we kick off our session this afternoon, and it seems like it's a very short session of 20 minutes, so hopefully we will be accomplishing our goal of having this session within the next 20 minutes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as has been mentioned, this session is on the future of governance in Africa, exploring the nexus between governance and technology, assessing the impact of rapid technological advancements on governance, and fostering the future of governance in Africa. Welcome to Riyadh, the capital city of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and welcome to this session organized by APRM, the African Peer Review Mechanism. We will begin the opening ceremony with welcoming remarks from His Excellency Ambassador Nasir Aminu. Ambassador Nasir Aminu is the ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and the permanent representative to the African Union based in Addis Ababa. Your Excellency, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
The Chief Executive Officer of APRM, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, invited guests, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege and honor to welcome you to this important workshop that seeks to redefine governance in our dear continent Africa while leveraging on the rapidly changing global technological advancement for improved efficiency and service delivery to our people. Let me seize this opportunity to express our deep appreciation to the government and good people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the hospitality and excellent conference facilities extended to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Riyadh. Similarly, I wish to commend the able leadership of the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, for the excellent work you have been doing over the years. This workshop is a testament of your hard work and commitment in promoting not only political stability in Africa, but also supporting innovative activities that are essential for Africa's digital transformation and advancement for our sustainable development. The future of governance in Africa is a topic that demands a critical examination, taking into account our diverse cultures, economies, and political landscapes, which calls for a collaborative effort to reshape governance models that prioritize inclusivity, transparency, and technological advancement towards addressing our economic and socio-political challenges. I wish to highlight Nigeria's recent milestones, underscoring our commitment to advancing governance, human rights, and technological innovation across Africa. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria signed the African Union Convention on Cyber Security and Personal Data Protection. This landmark agreement, known as the Malabo Convention, establishes a critical legal framework for enhancing cybersecurity, safeguarding personal data, and fostering a secure environment for electronic commerce across the continent. By aligning our national priorities with this continental vision, Nigeria reaffirms its dedication to building robust digital infrastructure founded on transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. Additionally, the Federal Republic of Nigeria has demonstrated its unwavering commitment to inclusion by ratifying the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of persons with disabilities. This action reflects our recognition of the transformative role technology can play in ensuring the full participation of persons with disabilities in governance and societal development, paving the way for a more equitable digital future. These actions resonate with the objective of the Program of the Future of Governance in the Digital Era, which seeks to harmonize digital transformation with the imperative of good governance and human dignity. Cybersecurity and data protection are prerequisites for trust in digital governance, and inclusion remains central to building sustainable governance system. Excellencies, as we embrace these initiatives, it's imperative to institutionalize our commitment at the continental level. On this note, I therefore call on the APRM to advocate for the establishment of a continent-wide Data Protection Authority. This body would provide unified oversight, enforce consistent data protection standards, and ensure the ethical use of technology across the continent. Such an authority would strengthen trust in digital governance and safeguard the rights of all Africans in the digital age. Excellencies, let me conclude by affirming Nigeria's readiness to collaborate with relevant partners to make this vision a reality. Together, let us harness technological advancement, prioritize regional cooperation, and grassroots participation. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, it's imperative that we prioritize these strategies to ensure a prosperous and democratic future for all Africans. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your remarks. Lately, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union has been advocating for the promotion of the nexus between good governance, peace and security, and development. And seeing the advancement of technological processes within that nexus is quite important for the advancement of the promotion of human and people's rights in Africa. That is, of course, all within the implementation of Agenda 2063. Please, Channel 2. Channel 2, Madam. Channel 2. Thank you. And that is all, of course, within the implementation of Agenda 2063 for an Africa that we deserve, an Africa that we want. The next speaker, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is a statement by the Honorable Baji Lamamli, Chairperson of the Committee on Transport, Industry, Communications, Energy, Science and Technology. Do we have the Honorable Lamamli is not with us, so we will move, of course, to the keynote address by His Excellency Amara Kalun, the Minister of Political and Public Affairs of the Republic of Sierra Leone. No? All right. I'm not sure if Her Excellency Salma Bahati Mansouri is in the room. Salma, Her Excellency. She's not. She will be coming later. Okay. Let me now call on Mrs. Christina Daughtry, the Under Secretary General and a Special Advisor on Africa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we do hear you loud and clear. Please proceed. Thank you.
Greetings. Thank you very much for the invitation to my dear sister Marie Antoinette. All protocols observed. Governance and technology. This is the subject of our conversation today. And when preparing myself for this conversation, I decided before jumping to a technological conversation, technological solutions, and even technological challenges such as the digital divide and others, I do believe that we need to understand what is the status and the state of governance in Africa and the reasons behind that. This is the reason that my intervention, and I hope to be in the 5 minutes, will be has been designed to complement those that have been more focused on technological, because I believe the technological is just a tool. We need to understand the phenomenon so we can design more appropriate technical solutions. So my intervention will be touching 3 essential aspects. The first, historical roots of Africa's governance challenge. I believe that is important for us Africans to understand. Second, the absence of the state, at the end of the day, a sort of governance trap. And third, breaking the trap, rebooting policymaking through 4 conceptual pillars. So going to the first, and I'll be very quickly, historical roots of Africa's governance challenge. So the governance challenge facing Africa today are deeply rooted in history. We cannot just erase that as a black chessboard. It's not possible. Where the structures and functions of the state were essentially shaped to serve the interests of external power. And we should say it in a very normal and calm way. So at independence, African nations inherit a fragile and ill-suited state apparatus, which was fundamentally incompatible with aspirations of independence and development. So basically, we Africans, we need to acknowledge that the colonial state that we inherit had essentially 2 primary functions: enforcing the rule of the law to maintain colonial order, normal, logical. Second, resource extraction to serve, as I said, economic interests of these external powers. So this extractive and minimalist model of governance lacked mechanisms for fostering inclusive economic growth, social equity, and long-term development. So when African nations gained independence, the institutional capacity of the inherent colonial state was wholly inadequate for delivering the ambitious development visions. So there was a mismatch at that time. There was a mismatch between development aspirations and institutional capacity made failure almost inevitable. So in the aftermath of early governance failures, everybody knows in the 60s, but more in the 70s. So in the aftermath of these early governance failures, exacerbated by essentially independence, economic struggles, etc., over. So we know that Bretton Woods institutions over prescriptive solutions based essentially on neoliberal theories, instead of addressing the structural, let's say, weakness of the inherent state. Everybody knows that they blame more the perceived overreach of the post-independent states. This is the reason that African states were accused to be too big and too interventionist, which supposedly stifled market dynamics and economic efficiency. So the result, of course, was the implementing of the structural adjustment programs during the 80s and the 90s, where basically these programs sought to roll back the state by reducing public spending, privatizing state-owned enterprises, liberalizing markets, opening economies to foreign competition. So basically, this approach, framed as a solution to state inefficiency, weakened African states even further. So rather than revitalizing African economies, as everybody knows, structured adjustment programs deepen their vulnerabilities. Public service deteriorated, state capacity eroded, poverty increased. So the withdrawal of the state from economic governance left markets poorly regulated and economic actors unaccountable. So African states, as I said, became weaker, more fragmented, and less able to deliver basically their development responsibilities. So as a result, many African states today lack the capacity to manage their economy, regulate their financial flows, deliver public goods effectively. In essence, the state has been sidelined in favor of market forces, foreign actors, and I would say global institutions. So over 3 decades of a weakened state has left African nations unable to, first, to control economic and financial. Basically, African economies remain highly dependent on external actors, significant capital flight, illicit financial. Second, let African nations enable to manage assets for development, natural resource, infrastructure, financial system. Third, let African nations enable to deliver public, let's say, service. So the absence of the state has, in a certain way, perpetuated a cycle of dependence, underdevelopment, and social instability. So locking Africa in a sort of governance trap. And you need to understand that so we can design, we can conceptualize in a more efficient way the technological solution. So there is a need today, in the 21st century, the need to break the trap. So rebooting policymaking through 4 conceptual pillars, and I'll be just naming them. The first conceptual pillar that we Africans, we need to understand that the only way to deliver durable peace is by delivering sustainable development. Short-term solutions are band-aid and don't address the challenge. The second conceptual pillar is to see that the sustainable development requires sustainable finance, means substantial and long-term. Financing must go beyond short-term aid to support structural transformation, must be nationally owned, and must be resilient. Financial systems must be able and capable of withstanding economic shocks and global market vulnerability. So to secure sustainable financing, we reach a point that we owe African policymakers and African partners must prioritize domestic resource mobilization as a driver of financing for development, shifting the paradigm. Of course, the third conceptual pillar is if durable peace requires sustainable development requires sustainable financing, I hope that it's clear that sustainable financing requires control over economic and financial flows. And control over economic and financial flows requires strong and effective state institutions. And this fourth conceptual pillar, in my opinion, should be the driver when talking about the future of governance in Africa, which is today's, let's say, workshop. So strong institutions provide the foundation of economic sovereignty, sustainable finance, and durable peace. So in the 21st century, to deliver control over economic and financial flow, to deliver sustainable finance, to deliver sustainable development, to deliver durable peace, digital transformation anchored on consistent investments of digital public infrastructure is not a policy option, but an imperative in terms of rescue the future of governance in Africa, and of course to design the technological solutions to address the root causes of, let's say, of inefficiency of today's Africa's governance. And I would like to stop here. Back to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Your Excellency Under Secretary General and Special Advisor on Africa, for your statement. We really appreciate it, and I hope you will stay with us a bit longer. Now, I have the honor to call on the representative of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria and the chairperson of the APR Committee of Focal Points to deliver a welcoming remarks. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Shukran. Okay. Her Excellency Ambassador Mario Antoinette Carter, CEO of the APRM Continental Secretariat, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to convey to you the warmest greetings and best wishes of success of Her Excellency, the State Secretary for African Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Algeria, Mrs. Selma Bakhta Mansouri, Algeria's national focal point and chair of the APRM committee of focal points. Her Excellency, the State Secretary, due her busy schedule, was not able to take part and or to attend this important workshop on governance and technology organized by the APRM. Allow me also to extend my heartfelt gratitude and special thanks to the authorities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their hospitality and all the facilities they made available to us for the holding of this important workshop. My presence here today testifies and reflects the commitment of my country, Algeria, under the leadership of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the Forum of Heads of States and Governments of the APRM, to continue its support to the APRM in the accomplishment of its mission in promoting good governance in Africa. The APRM serves as a crucial self-monitoring tool aimed at fostering political stability, sustainable development, and economic growth across the African continent. Today, as we witness rapid technological advancements reshaping global governance frameworks, it is imperative that we come together to navigate the intricate intersection between technology and governance. Africa's digital transformation, which presents both opportunities and challenges, should be positioned among the top priorities of African Agenda 2063. As it connects all sectors, it requires a more transversal than vertical approach, as well as a more intense intersectoral coordination that will make it possible to achieve the objectives of the Agenda 2063. While technology holds the potential for inclusive development, it also amplifies existing inequalities and poses ethical and legal dilemmas. It is our collective responsibility to bridge the digital divide and ensure that technological advancements are harnessed for the benefit of all, especially the marginalized communities. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, let's recall in this perspective the African Union demonstrated leadership and commitment to Africa's digital future by adopting the African Digital Compact and the Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy in July 2024. These are not just policy documents. They represent a unified vision. The African Digital Compact aims to harness the power of digital technologies for economic growth, societal well-being, and long-term development across the continent. The Continental Artificial Intelligence Strategy aims to leverage artificial intelligence for sustainable development in Africa, aligned with Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Debating on governance and technology nexus in Africa is a perfect opportunity to unite the vision for Africa's digital future as it explores how digital transformation can address Africa's unique challenges and pave the way for progress towards Agenda 2063. This unity of vision is what will drive Africa's digital future. In this context, this workshop serves as a platform for African member states and all stakeholders and partners to collaborate in leveraging technology ethically and inclusively for the advancement of our continent. By fostering a shared understanding among policymakers, civil society, academia, and other stakeholders, we aim to navigate the opportunities and risks posed by technological innovation and align them with Africa's development goals. Together, We should develop strategies to leverage the benefits of frontier technologies while mitigating associated risks. Through a multi-stakeholders approach, we will explore the applications of technology in governance and advocate for ethical, equitable, inclusive, and transparent use of emerging technologies. Let's work towards establishing a vibrant ecosystem for digital governance in Africa, enhancing sectoral performance, strengthening regional cooperation, and accelerating progress towards our development goals. Together, we can shape a future where technology empowers us to build a more inclusive and sustainable Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and let's make today's workshop an invaluable opportunity for us to gather insights, share best practices, and identify priorities for advancing digital governance and transformation. Looking forward and to embark on this journey of collaboration, knowledge sharing, and innovation for the betterment of our continent. I thank you for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed. This is a very good opportunity and an excellent platform for us to share best practices and information on how to advance technology in Africa. Not only technology, but governance as, of course, the ultimate goal through the advancement of technology. I'm not sure if His Excellency, the Minister from Sierra Leone, is with us, Jibril. Can we check online to see if he's available now? His Excellency, the Minister of Public and Political Affairs of Sierra Leone. All right, the time has come for us, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to listen to the opening remarks by Her Excellency Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Quatry, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism. Your Excellency, you have the floor, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a profound honor to join you at this defining moment for our continent. A moment when winds of technological transformation are sweeping across our continent, offering opportunities to reimagine governance and secure a future that is more inclusive, accountable, and prosperous. Today we stand at the intersection of innovation and responsibility at a time when the choices we make about governance and technology will echo across generations. Let me begin with a reflection. Governance, at its core, is about people and their hopes, their aspirations, and their dreams for a better tomorrow. Technology, meanwhile, is not just a tool. It is a bridge that connects those dreams to reality. It can amplify voices, illuminate truths, and inspire innovation. But as with all powerful tools, it can also divide, distort, and exclude. But let's also be clear. Technology is not a cure-all. Its power is only as good as the principles that guide its use. Without ethics, it can divide us. Without inclusivity, it can deepen inequalities. Without accountability, it can undermine trust. That's why we're here to ensure that Africa leads this digital era with integrity and purpose. Our mission here today is to ensure that technology serves as a force for unity and progress, not division and stagnation. This workshop is not just another event. It's much more than governance or technology alone. It's about people. It's a clarion call, a call for leaders, thinkers, and doers from across Africa to chart a course forward, one that ensures technology strengthens governance rather than undermines it and empowers citizens rather than marginalizes them. It's about the young entrepreneur in Lagos coding solutions to connect rural farmers, the student in Nairobi pushing for transparency through digital activism, and the policy leaders across our member states working to build systems that reflect the aspirations of their people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the coming hours, we will explore the nexus between governance and technology, guided by critical questions. How can technology strengthen democratic processes across the continent? How do we confront cyber threats and misinformation that erode trust in governance? And how do we ensure that Africa's digital transformation leaves no one behind, whether rural or urban, young or old, rich or poor, men or women? The APRM has long championed the principles of accountability, inclusivity, and innovation through our e-governance initiatives and in partnership with the United Nations Office of the Special Advisor on Africa, UNOSA. We are strengthening e-governance in Africa through policy innovation and transformative technologies as directed by the United Nations General Assembly. Furthermore, our collaboration with the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, on capacity building has been instrumental in capacitating APRM member states. As we begin, I will ask you to approach today's discussions with an open mind and collaborative spirit, because the future of governance in Africa will not be defined by any one of us, but it will be shaped by all of us together. I'm confident that this room holds the visionaries who will shape it. Let us make this moment where bold ideas meet transformative action, where the vision for a digitally empowered Africa becomes reality. It is my great privilege to officially open the workshop on the future of governance in Africa. Thank you, and I look forward to these extraordinary outcomes we will achieve together. I thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your opening remarks. Indeed, while we are proceeding with the implementation of Agenda 2063 and the advancement of technology in Africa, no one should be left behind. No women, no men, no children, no adult, no people in the urbans or the rural areas of Africa. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would like to democratically hand over the microphone to Professor Desmond. Desmond is an associate professor, the Department of Private Law at the University of UWC. The session number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Okay. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think for now, I'm actually playing the role of a forerunner And I will simply be introducing the next the person who would actually moderate the next session. And she's none other than Susan Wape, who is the founder and executive director of Common Cause Zambia. I will be coming after her, like John the Baptist. I'll be after her, right? Like Jesus Christ came, after John the Baptist.
Sit on this side. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're able to hear me. I can't hear myself. Good afternoon. All right. So thank you very much. Thank you, Desmond, for the introduction. I will at this point be inviting somebody who has already been introduced, and we will have just a brief fireside chat with Ambassador Salah Hamad. As has already been introduced, Ambassador Salah is the head of the African Governance Architecture Secretariat at the African Union. And Ambassador, you're very much welcome. Follow your work, and you have been doing such great work at the AGA Secretariat. I'll start by asking you, how has digital transformation reshaped governance in Africa, particularly in enhancing democratic engagement, political pluralism, and of course, the big issue, electoral integrity?
Thank you very much indeed. As he for she, I'm quite honored that you are the one moderating this session.
Thank you.
I'm not saying anything against Professor Desmond, but it's an honor to be interviewed by a woman, because this is what we believe in Africa, that Africa cannot really be developed and built without the participation of the active participation of women. How digital transformation reshape governance in Africa? I think before we speak about the future, we need to really make reference to the past and to the present. Africa, as we all know, has been going through a lot of challenges, even before independence, slavery, colonialism, and now civil wars in many African countries, apartheid in the Southern African region, and you name it. So many challenges. So therefore, the advancement of good governance is absolutely one of the ultimate objectives that we need to reach before we proceed with the implementation of Agenda 2063, the blueprint for Africa, for building the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. But where are we now from that objective? I would say that it's a work in progress, but we need to really do more. Why? Because despite the fact that Africa has advanced a bit in the in issues related to elections and in particular the electoral processes, we still see some setbacks in some of the African countries. It's not because the technology is not working, but because the other infrastructures are not available. The technology by itself will not work to advance governance, but we need really the people to know their rights and duties and to understand what is the political processes and the governance advancement is all about. So without orientation, without really raising awareness, I think technology by itself will not really work. In some African countries also, we need to really face the reality that the infrastructure that will be based for the advancement of technology is also lacking. So we need to look into the infrastructure that is needed to make sure that the advancement of technology is helping. Also, I think to focus more on the question, how is it reshaping governance and advancing election in Africa? I think we need to also look into how many Africans do have access to internet? How many Africans do have access to a smartphone that could be used to access internet? How many women versus men? How many young men and women versus old? I think all of these questions need to be addressed. In addition to that, the issue of infrastructure, including, I would say, even power in some African countries where all of this technology needs to be powered. Are we utilizing solar systems to empower our infrastructure so we can have a valid infrastructure and platform for empowering or for advancing technology? All of these questions need to be addressed, and I think most of all, again, we need to really make sure that all Africans are quite informed and aware of their duties and rights as part of the advancement of good governance, rule of law, and technology based on technology in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ambassador. And I think you raised a lot of very valuable issues. When we talk about Africa, I think the digital divide remains one of the biggest challenges, issues of infrastructure. We are seeing a lot of rapid progress in terms of what kinds of development is happening across the continent based on international standards and best practices that are being recommended. I think one thing that would come to mind would be the DPI initiatives, and we are still trying to figure out how that will speak to our rural communities, for example, and those that are already in the divide. But then maybe, in your view, what would you say is the role of the different digital tools that we have in improving governance across
the different tools that we currently have do have impact on our processes and also on our efforts to promote good governance and e-governance in particular in Africa. But of course, I think we need to speak about the need for political support from our governance to allow these processes to exist and to proceed. Without political support, it will not be easy really to achieve that goal. Secondly, changes is always looked at as something that could be of disturbing nature. People by nature don't really accept changes easily. And all of this technological infrastructure that we are talking about and mechanisms and tools, they are to some extent quite new, if not new, and therefore we need to also accompany the process with, I would say, a stronger orientation processes to make sure that these people, our African people, are looking into the positive side of implementation of all of these tools and processes that we have. I'm saying this because in many cases, during elections in some African countries, the initial response from government will be to block internet. Why? Because in their view, the internet will be a tool for spreading fake news and bad news and news that will disturb the election processes. How can we prevent all of this without blocking the internet? How can we allow the African people to enjoy and to benefit from the internet while voting? How can the internet be used to ease the access to information and to also ease access to information that will allow them to vote in a way that it will make them benefit from the entire process as African citizens. Again, political support is quite important, but also general orientation is needed to allow the African citizens to know what is going on in that sphere.
Okay, I will ask you my last question because that's all we had time for. We have initiatives such as the African Peer Review Mechanism, which also somehow serves as an early warning tool in addition to the review processes that undertakes. But at the same time, the continent also has several other early warning mechanisms. How then would you say technology can play a role in strengthening those kinds of mechanisms, such as the APRM, which is a core governance tool that Africa is using, and all these other mechanisms?
This is an excellent question, and I think this is also an opportune moment to congratulate APRM for a job well done. APRM, since its existence, has been an excellent mechanism as part of the African Union family to promote good governance, democracy, rule of law in Africa through different and various mechanisms and tools. And I think one of the greatest tools that has been used, in addition to the review and all of these other reviews and processes, is the Africa Governance Report, which is currently one of the Africa's, I would say, reports that it speaks to the reality of governance at the national and continental level. On the other side of the coins, we have, as you mentioned, these processes, these early warning systems that we have at the national, regional, and continental level. They are quite active, in fact, in providing information to prevent conflicts from happening at the national level. But again, I will take you to the first point that I have raised, which is the infrastructure and the lack of power and infrastructure that can allow for this particular processes to exist at the grassroots level. We have been witnessing in Africa that many of the conflicts that recently erupted in Africa, they start from the grassroots level. And in many cases, the grassroots levels that we are talking about, this early warning system in a way or another doesn't exist simply because there is no infrastructure to allow it to exist. So that is the gap that we really need to look into. How can we link the national infrastructure to the grassroots infrastructure that is lacking the necessary, I would say, the necessary power and the necessary existence of technology to make sure that the entire process is linked to each other, feeding into the continental early warning system that we have at the African Union. That way, we will, of course, at least make sure that the information is timely shared and the information is timely analyzed and the information is timely utilized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's been such a pleasure talking to you. I wish we had more time, but we will still continue to converse. Thank you. I will call Professor Desmond back to the floor. He will be moderating the next session. Since he is the Messiah, I will get up and hand the mic over to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, for the kind introduction. I'll be standing on existing protocol. Actually. I'll be standing on existing protocol so that I don't waste time and get straight into the business. The good thing about moderating a session that comes later is that most of the groundwork would have been done by speakers. And of course, in this case, the very fantastic and high-powered speakers that came before me. But in this panel, we're going to be digging deep into specifics. And it is my pleasure, actually, to introduce the speakers today. Some of them are here, while some others will be participating virtually. Not my session yet. All right. Sorry. It still appears that the panel that I'll be moderating still has to wait. So we'll simply be having an expert insight. Yeah, an expert insight, and it will be a presentation by Dr. Vasu Gonden. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. He's the Executive Director, African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, ACCORD. And he will be speaking today on advancing cyber diplomacy as a pathway to peace and constructive dispute resolution in Africa.
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Quatre, Chief Executive Officer of the APRM. Moderator, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that it is an honor today to address you, and I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in the beautiful Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I am here sitting in Durban. My internet is a little unstable, so I may at some point just have to switch off the camera. And I have a PowerPoint presentation, which I see somebody is sharing. But let me quickly go through this presentation in the interest of time, moderator. Let me switch off the camera, otherwise it will switch off. Cyber diplomacy in Africa and the pivotal role it plays, moderator, in securing our continent's future is a very, very important topic for us today on the continent. And digital technologies must be one more tool for us to break the chains of colonialism and neocolonialism and not allow it to be used once again to imprison us. In an increasingly interconnected world, African nations must establish a unified approach to cyber diplomacy, one that balances, as you see there, the national interests with regional security and developmental and governance goals. Let us examine these challenges through five key questions. If we can get to the next slide. How can African countries create a unified framework for cyber diplomacy? The answer, colleagues, begins with cooperation. Regional organizations such as the African Union and its African peer review mechanism are uniquely positioned to drive this process. The AU has already provided foundational initiatives like the Malabar Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection. By adopting such agreements, African countries can harmonize national cybersecurity policies under a collective framework. A regional cyber diplomacy council supported by the AU, and I know the earlier speaker talked about a data central authority. So either a data central authority or a regional cyber diplomacy council supported by the African Union to serve as a platform to coordinate interests, resolve conflicts, and promote Africa's shared goals of security, development, governance, and digital inclusion. Second, Excellencies, what capacity building initiatives are needed to enhance African diplomacy? Cyber diplomacy requires a unique blend of negotiation, mediation, and technical expertise. Capacity building programs should focus on training African diplomats to navigate cyber-related disputes and threats. Establishing regional cyber academies and centers of excellence in collaboration with international partners will be essential to this effort. Technology transfer agreements can help African states build indigenous skills while fostering partnerships with global cybersecurity leaders. Thirdly, what mechanisms can ensure transparency, accountability, and trust? If we can go to the next slide. Trust is the cornerstone of successful cyber diplomacy. African nations must develop mechanisms for confidence building, such as cyber incident response frameworks, joint exercises, and data sharing agreements. The establishment of a regional cyber dispute resolution body can further provide neutral ground for resolving conflicts related to sovereignty, data protection, and cybercrime. Additionally, adopting international norms like the UN group of governmental experts' principles on responsible state behavior will reinforce Africa's commitment to a rules-based digital order. Fourth, how can cyber diplomacy promote peace building and prevent cyber conflicts? Cyber incidents can escalate quickly into broader conflicts if left unchecked, and we see this all across our continent. Africa must productively use cyber diplomacy as a peace building tool. For example, early warning systems and cyber confidence building measures can prevent misunderstandings between nations. Africa can also learn from the experiences of regions like the European Union and ASEAN, which have successfully implemented cyber dialogue platforms to manage disputes. By fostering regular communication and sharing best practices, we as African nations can prevent cyber threats from becoming destabilizing forces. Fifthly, what role can public-private partnerships and civil society play? The private sector and civil society are key stakeholders in Africa's cyber diplomacy agenda. Public-private partnerships can drive innovation, enhance infrastructure, and provide expertise in addressing complex cyber challenges. Private companies can also assist in developing standards for cybersecurity and digital trust. Civil society, meanwhile, bring inclusivity and accountability to cyber policy making. By engaging these stakeholders, African nations can ensure that cyber diplomacy outcomes are equitable, innovative, and resilient. And in conclusion, moderator, let me say that the path towards a unified framework for African cyber diplomacy is challenging but achievable. Through regional cooperation under the leadership of the African Union, strategic capacity building initiatives, robust transparency mechanisms, and active stakeholder engagements, the APRM can shape a cyber diplomacy agenda that promotes security, peace, governance, and development, and use these digital tools to liberate our continent and not imprison us again. I thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vasu. Can we please give him a round of applause? All right, so we go straight to the next panel. It's going to be a panel discussion, and I will introduce the panelists, and then we get on to the discussion without wasting time. So the first on my list will be Dr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who is the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Nigeria. We also have as a member of the panel Mr. Denis Sousa. Mr. Denis Sousa is the Governance and Public Administration Officer, Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of the United Nations Department on Economic and Social Affairs. Is he here present? Is he physically present? Mr. Denis, is it here? Is he here or is Denis Sousa? Okay, I would introduce him when he comes back into the hall. We also have Miss Jimena Sofia Viveros Alvarez. I hope I got the name correctly. She's the Managing Director and CEO of Equilibrium AI. And I also understand that she is a lawyer from Mexico. All right. We have joining us virtually Dr. Nomalanga Mashinini, who is a senior lecturer from the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa. And also we have from Malawi, Dr. Jean Filippo, who is the Director General of the Financial Intelligence Authority in Malawi. Jibril, is she participating virtually? Okay, so Dr. Jean is participating virtually. And we have, the last but not the least, Ms. Arusha Goel, who is the Policy Lead, Middle East and Africa, Chain Analysis, United Arab Emirates. Okay, we would announce her presence. She joins us. Without wasting time, we'll go straight to the question, and it is my pleasure to call on. The first question will be actually taken by Dr. Kashifu. Nigeria recently just left an electioneering period, and for some of us who observed the elections from afar, especially from social media, the engagement was quite charged. You know, lots of misinformation flying around, a lot of fake news, a lot of exaggeration. But again, amidst those, we still had a lot of informed, discussion by the Nigerian citizens. They were very interested in who was going to lead them. So drawing from that experience, from that, the outcome of the elections, and from what your agency, NIDA, is doing in Nigeria, we would need to know what NIDA is putting in place to promote informed and ethical engagement of Nigerian citizens in the democratic process in future elections.
Okay, thank you. If you look at the history of internet and social media, when it started in early 2000, we all start or rushed after it without thinking of putting guardrails around it. Like we had the John Barlow's declaration saying that internet is ungoverned space. We have the big techs as of that time saying that internet and social media is a free space. Nobody can govern it. But from 2016, things started changing after the Cambridge Analytica issues, whereby the big tech started calling for regulation. But the challenge is we don't know how to regulate internet or social media because there is no legal books or history books that we can read to understand how to regulate these spaces, because the generation before us never encountered this kind of challenges. So it's something that we need to co-create how to regulate. And countries today are grappling on how to regulate these spaces. And we are looking at it from different perspectives. Then in Nigeria, we had incident in 2021 when Twitter was banned because of this kind of challenges. People were misusing the platform. At that time, there was no any contact between the government and these big techs, and that's when NIDA moved in to fill the gap. We did that by creating a code of practice, because social media is not something or technology you can just say you regulate it this way, because it always changes. And also one thing with the techie guys, they always try to look at how to stretch the law or to hack the law to bypass it. So the best thing to do was to say that anything that is illegal offline is illegal online. So how can we move our law from the physical world we are to the virtual world we are creating? So we came up with the code of practice to let these big techs, the social media platforms and so on, to understand our laws so that they can apply it in their platforms in Nigeria. Because most of developing countries, we don't have data sovereignty. We don't have operations sovereignty, because the big techs will decide how to operate their platforms without consulting us. And we don't have digital sovereignty. And they don't listen to us in most cases. So, but that COP brought them to the table where we sat together to co-create how we can navigate this platform together, or how we can navigate the challenges. So we came up with the COP, the Code of Practice, whereby they need to respect all Nigerian laws. They need to register in Nigeria. They need to understand content that is harmful in Nigeria, and we need to agree on takedown. We categorize contents into two. There are illegal and legal, lawful and unlawful content. Lawful content should be allowed on the platform, while unlawful, they should take it down immediately. But there are content that are lawful but harmful, which need to be reviewed to understand those content before you take them down. So that COP also provided a platform for us to engage. When there are issues, we escalate, we look, we sit together and review them. And we also get them to engage fact checkers in Nigeria. Because at the time we had that Twitter issue, there wasn't any certified fact checker in Nigeria. Mostly they use fact checkers from the US, from the Western countries, to look at the content in Nigeria, which they don't even understand, because there are local things that you cannot understand if you are not in Nigeria. Even English words. There are English words we speak in Nigeria you cannot understand if you are not a Nigerian. So we need fact checkers that understand the local context, and also that can be able to translate things before they take decision. So that really helped us to moderate that space. And this year, they filed a report, because part of the COP, they need to be filing annual report to look at the number of content they take down, the number of content they put back after taking down, because sometimes also there is cyberbullying. If someone doesn't like your content, people can gang around to flag your content, and this platform, they take it down, and you can initiate the process to put it back. Based on the report, last year they removed more than 60 million contents in Nigeria, harmful content. And also they reinstated many, I don't have the figures, but we published the report just a few weeks ago. It's available online. And also that get them to start filing taxes in Nigeria, because in the half year this year, in between January to June, they paid more than 2.5 trillion naira in VAT in Nigeria, which before they don't used to pay most of them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Kashifu. As you were speaking, one important point I got from your discussion is the fact lack of moderation of engagement on the social media can actually threaten security. And with the emergence of the AI technology, that can actually that situation can be exacerbated. So it can pose greater risk to national security, to peace, peaceful coexistence among citizens. And that leads me to the question that I would like Ms. Jimena to address. Would want to know what governance framework you think that countries, especially in the global south and particularly Africa, can adopt to address the risk that AI poses to peace and security.
No? Oh, can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists. So I'm Jimena Viveros, and I am Mexican, but I live in Zimbabwe. So that is my link to this conference. Also a member of the high-level advisory body on AI that the Secretary General of the UN created. So we have been looking at a whole different set of solutions or recommendations for AI governance at the global level. Our conclusion was that although obviously there's a need for a regional kind of context-specific approach, there can not be a real governance if we don't talk about global governance, because the technology is completely transboundary, it's transregional, and if we just have regional or national initiatives, we're just witnessing like a patchwork of all of these different things that are not in a coherent manner adhered. So that's what we are aiming for. So what struck us the most was, so we did a survey, and out of all of the 193 countries of the United Nations, 118 are not a part of any of the international governance initiatives worldwide. 118, out of which over 50 of Africa are in those 118. And only 7 are part of all of them, the G7. So that really is very striking, because we need more inclusivity, and we need more access to these conversations and more engagement as well. Because if we don't do so, there's going to be just the widening of the digital gap and more inequalities and a bunch of problems that come with the exclusion, especially with the marginalized communities, the lack of data, and etc. So the way we need to achieve this is by creating synergies, strategic partnerships. We discovered that the global south to global south kind of cooperation is more efficient and more welcome than global south, the global north to global south, because simply, within the global south we understand our problematics, we understand each other, whereas the global north doesn't really, and their priorities are different. And what we want to avoid is this has been addressed, or this new techno-colonization, whether it's for resources or supremacy, just the dependency itself, because that's gonna, bridge us even further from where we need to be in terms of trying to achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030 and even beyond. So we need to have like this strategic vision that goes even further and is ahead thinking. So where does this place us in terms of governance? We need governance that is resilient, that is techno-neutral, in order for it to be adaptive to the evolution of the technology itself, which is extremely fast-paced, and that needs to be generalistic, because we cannot separate. It's dual use by nature, right? So the technology. So we cannot separate the military domain, the civilian domain. I call it the peace and security domain, but on purpose, because there are implications that are, intersecting both domains. For example, it is the exact same technology that is being used by the militaries, which is a state actor, but is also being used by all other type of state actors, such as law enforcement or border controls, which are civilian by nature. And then we also have non-state actors, which are more relevant for our region than for, say, the global north, which are organized crime, terrorism, mercenaries, and so on. And the dire reality is that in our regions, this type of groups might have even more capabilities than the government itself, and the governments themselves don't even have the capacity of responding to attacks by these groups, with or without the technology, but exacerbated by their access to this technology, facilitated by the proliferation of it, because we don't have a governance regime. So this is critical to address. So what is the landscape in regards to the governance of specifically, say, all of the, what regards to the military domain? So in the H Lab, so the high-level advisory report, there was even a discussion whether to include it or not. Fortunately, we did because of these reasons, because it's dual use by nature and we cannot exclude it. So we did have a lot of considerations into the peace and security domains. For those who haven't read our final report, which was submitted in September, right before the Summit of the Future, and then it was subsequently our recommendations were adopted into the Global Digital Compact and the Pact for the Future. We do include recommendations for peace and security. So that's a starting point. So we have the Pact of the Future that focus. Then we also have the GG on laws, which group of governmental experts that are within the UN's conventional for conventional weapons, which I think is a little bit ironic because, say, autonomous weapons are the least of the conventional weapons. But anyway, that's where the discussions have been kind of deadlocked for the past over 10 years. So now we're really, and this is for AI in general, since this is a multi-stakeholder environment as the IGF is, and how AI should also be governed, and all of the technologies because of the shift of dynamics and that are happening all over the world, we need to reimagine how this governance can be achieved. So the traditional methods are no longer working because then the conversations and the discussions are deadlocked when, you know, one of the P5 states just decides that it's done. So the whole veto system of the Security Council, and even the structure of the GGs has not proven to be successful for our interests. Obviously for them it does work out. But anyway, so in that sense, we have that. We also have the Global Commission for the Responsible Use of AI in the Military Domain, where I'm also a commissioner. UNIDIR has a group of experts also called RAISE. But the greatest achievement, I think, so far is moving the conversation away from the GG on laws to the UN General Assembly. Because then we have witnessed some very important resolutions which include explicitly the call for AI regulation in the military domain, which hasn't been seen before. And we also have a very important call for action by the Secretary General Guterres and by the ICRC to have a binding treaty on autonomous weapons by 2026. So we really hope that this can be achieved because the dire consequences on our region, as we have seen, for example, in Gaza, well, and also in Ukraine, but it's just an example of how it's disproportionately affecting the global south because these technologies, these weapons are not going to be deployed in the global north. We are going to be the recipients. We are the recipients, and they're being field tested as they are deployed. There's no testing in between, and there's no accountability, and there's so many problems with their deployment because of bias, and that also comes back to the point of the missing data, because, for example, these models that are, the weapons that are targeting civilians are working on the data that it's been trained on, and for example, it just depends on who has been training the models and which data they have been trained on. So obviously these are global north enterprises that are training these models and creating them and then being deployed into the field. So obviously there are racial, there are even gender and age, all types of biases that are imprinted, and that's how they're targeting and attacking civilians.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know you've got a lot to say, but for want of time, we'll just proceed. We'll come back to you again to share some thoughts. But as you were speaking, I heard you talk about multi-stakeholder approach. And that takes me back to, Dr. Kashifu's presentation where he talked about the role that Facebook, Cambridge Analytica played, and of course, all these are enhanced by the emerging AI disruptive technology. So I would now want to call on Ms. Mercy Ndegwa, who is the Director of Public Policy, East and On of Africa for Meta or Facebook, to intervene in the discussion. I mean, and want her to tell us how Meta is leveraging its platform to support democratic engagement, in Africa, particularly during elections and periods of political transition.
Thank you so much, Professor. I hope you can all hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
I thank you for having me in this session, and I apologize that I'm not able to join you in person in Riyadh, but I'm glad that we have this tech-enabled session where we can still participate even though we're not there in person. So please bear with me in case of any challenges with regards to the connection. I'm grateful for the opportunity to come and join you to have this conversation. And before I answer your question, I think I want to just draw us back to the context that was really helpful as I was preparing for this session. That was basically looking at what the nexus between technology and digital governance pretty much is. And one of the things that I think was alluded to and was brought up very strongly, even in the keynotes that were presented before my notes here right now, alluded to the fact that technology has actually been a very huge enabler in advancing governance across our countries. And it has actually also enabled us to be able to do so at scale and to be able to empower communities and bring a lot of benefits on board. But even as I was thinking about this, I think in the earlier remarks that have been presented here, there is a lot of focus, I'd say, on social media specifically within the digital governance space. But I'd love to draw our attention to the broader, let me say, environment that is the digital space, because we're talking about social media being one. We definitely are players in that space. There is e-commerce, there is e-governance, e-government services, there is payments themselves, all of which are but a few of the areas that I would say are the broader ecosystem within which we are speaking about digital governance. And so, again, to the points that were raised before, the question is not so much what a single player or players in a specific area could do, but more so how can we all be involved in ensuring that digital governance is upheld and that we continue to improve on how we promote this. When we think about digital governance at Meta, we're thinking primarily about, I'd say, 3 or 4 areas. One, and this is to answer your question, whether it be in our engagements around elections or it be around mitigation of any integrity risks, as we call them, around privacy and security, around misinformation and disinformation, any cybersecurity risks that may emerge with the use of our platforms. I think we have had in earlier sessions and even a bit of this mentioned within the keynote, issues around algorithmic bias and having understanding around that. There is the question of exclusion of people from the digital space. So still elements of digital divide being a key part of some of the digital governance areas that I think continue to undermine peace and could actually be areas of improvement for all of us to work on to see how we can promote better digital governance and peace and security across. And so for us at Meta, like I was saying earlier, we think about this from primarily 3 to 4 areas. One is how can we ensure that there is self-monitoring by all of those who are coming onto our platforms. Today, our platforms support over 3.3 billion users who come onto our platforms actively every month across Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger. And all of these users are interacting for different reasons. Some are coming to connect with one another because they are either geographically removed from each other. Others are connecting because they have similar hobbies or interests. And others are coming to connect because they want to promote either business or, let me say, digital economy related work streams. So you're looking at creator ecosystem and others like that. And all of these are really fundamental in ensuring that we continue to advance economic development and also social impact and economic growth across. And for us, when we think about the self-regulation, we want to ensure that those users, as they come onto our platforms, are very clear about what rules we have with regards to how they conduct themselves on our platforms. So we have very elaborate what we call community standards or guidelines across these platforms that inform our different users with regards to what we allow or not allow on our platform. So that being the most effective way to start with. But we recognize that a lot of people also may not necessarily look into these community guidelines and rules as we'd like, even though we take a lot of effort and time in making sure that these policies are regularly reviewed and updated, and that we get into a lot of consultation with experts, bodies, governments, associations, civil society organizations, and others to draft them. We then have to think about how can we, as a responsible organization, then ensure that we can use other, let me say, strategies within our control to support and uphold the integrity and governance across our platforms. And so this is where our second intervention comes in. We think about how can we do this, for example, using machine learning tools or artificial intelligence to be able to address some of these integrity risks at scale. And we have found that this has been extremely effective when we think about, for example, being able to bring down fake accounts or accounts that are created by folks with the intention of either using them to propagate bad activity online or to target people. And we find that when we've done that, a lot of the content that could have been problematic is then addressed and brought down even before that content is published or even seen by users. But there are more sophisticated actors who may come onto our platforms with different intentions. And I think some of these challenges are part of what we're discussing here. And the question at hand you've mentioned is part of this problem. And we are constantly then making sure that to our third intervention is that we are working in partnership with others who are experts in this area. We are a technology company, and we have a lot of expertise in-house, drawn from different disciplines. But then over and above that, we want to ensure that we are working very closely and in tandem with others who also have the depth and expertise in those different areas or verticals to get support in making sure that we have the right oversight about how we create our policies, how we develop our products, and how then we execute on programs on the ground. Which then brings me to that last part, the programs themselves. Once we have identified, we have our policies in place, we have developed our machine learning and AI tools that help us to address some of these concerns at scale. We also do then partner on the ground with local partners to make sure that we can address the challenges we may have or gaps we may have from either a local language perspective or certain nuances with regards to either culture, religion, and so on that may be very unique to an area or a region, to make sure that we have a proper understanding of what risks there may be that may be exacerbated by our platforms, and then we get the right collaboration around those to be able to address them. So I think I will pause there, but then I'm happy to expand a little further when I have a chance to speak a little more. But I thank you for your
Thank you
for the
very
opportunity.
much. Thank you very much. So we take the last intervention in this panel, and we'll be inviting Dr. Nomalanga to simply tell us from a legal point of view what legal frameworks will be useful to ensure that government and the governed actually use the social media platforms responsibly, safely and ethically, to ensure a smooth governance process in Africa. And
Thank
please
you,
be
Desmond.
very brief because we're running against time.
Thank you, Desmond. I think one of the important things that we need to understand is something that Cisco recently reported, which is that cyber attacks, and sometimes committed through social media platforms, account for a 10% drop in Africa's GDP as a whole, which in monetary terms results in billions of money, billions of dollars that are lost in our GDP. And I think there are two main points that I just want to briefly make here regarding legal frameworks in order to provide safe and resilient social media use in governance. The one is a participatory approach, I do think that a number of African governments have adopted a mere one-way communicative approach in using social media to reach out to people. And we saw this even in the election season. We don't really see a participatory mechanism where conversations flow both ways. And this results in opportunists, and particularly fraudsters on social media, taking the opportunity to communicate very important but also misinformed or disinformed news to the communities that the government itself or other governmental organizations should be communicating. I also think one of the other ways, in addition to a participatory approach, is a collaborative one between government and industry. For example, in South Africa, we are starting to see some policy and legislative interventions and contributions coming from the Association on Comms and Technology, which basically is made up of different information and communications technology companies such as Cell C, MTN, Rain, etc., coming together with government to create new forms of interventions that actually influence how we should regulate internet access, social media, and the use thereof. So I do think that there is a need for some focus to shift into looking to how we can get citizens involved in the process of lawmaking and as well as policy making in this regard. Is that brief enough, Desmond?
Yeah, thank you very much. Super brief. Let's give a round of applause to all the speakers. And one thing I take from the whole message, one message I take from the whole discussion is that there is actually a need for a multi-stakeholder approach towards developing an e-governance, or if you like, a digital governance framework in Africa. And of course, no agency will better galvanize that process than APRM. And I'm hoping that the CEO is taking notes, for the work that needs to be done in the future. I will hand over the mic. My job is done. I would hand over the platform again to Ms. Susan. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, can we please give another round of applause to the panel? Thank you very much for a well-articulated panel. And as they are winding up, I'll be introducing the last panel for this afternoon. All right, thank you very much. So I'll be introducing the last panel for this afternoon, and we'll be looking at the impact of digital transformation on the future of economic governance and resource management in Africa. At this point in time, allow me to call upon the Minister, His Excellency, the Minister of Information of the Republic of Gambia, who will come to talk to us about leveraging digital transformation for Africa's economic governance and resource management. Please, a round of applause.
Can I get this? Good evening, everyone. Her Excellency, Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Rose-Quatre, Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism. Good evening. Excellencies, distinguished personalities here present today. It gives me great pleasure to be here today and a very big privilege to give a speech, a brief one though, on leveraging digital transformation for Africa's economic governance and resource management. As Africa enters the digital age, the continent faces a historic opportunity to transform its economic governance and resource management. Through the strategic adoption of digital technologies, Africa can address many of the challenges it faces, from inefficiency in the public service or public administration to unsustainable management of its vast natural resources. Across the continent, digital transformation is already reshaping governance. Governments are moving services online, from tax collection and business registration to healthcare and education. These innovations are improving transparency, reducing corruption, and making public services more accessible. Digital platforms allow citizens to engage directly with their governments, making governance more inclusive and accountable. For example, the government of the Gambia has promoted a few government digital initiatives. We've started promoting digital literacy and e-government through various programs, such as the Gambia National Digital Transformation Policy 2021-2025, which aims to enhance digital infrastructure and services across all sectors. In addition, as part of our drive for digital transformation, we have started initiatives to support economic governance. We are making efforts to digitize government through e-government services. And this is growing, including online portals for tax collection, business registration, and public service delivery. For example, the Gambia Revenue Authority, which mandate is to collect revenue for the government, has introduced digital tax platforms to streamline tax collection, reduce corruption, and improve efficiency in government revenue management. That is why recently the government has done a lot in our local government funds, exceeding the target that was set for this year. We're also about to launch the digital identity systems to improve service delivery and ensure that citizens can access social services and financial resources, especially in remote areas. When it comes to resource management, digital tools offer unparalleled potential. Africa's vast agricultural sector can benefit from technologies like mobile apps, GPS-based farming solutions, and drone surveillance. These innovations enable farmers to increase productivity, optimize water usage, and adapt to the challenges of climate change. Similarly, digital technologies like Internet of Things, sensors, and blockchain are helping to monitor and manage Africa's rich natural resources, ensuring sustainability and curbing illegal activities like poaching and deforestation. One of the most promising areas of digital transformation is financial inclusion, with mobile money platforms proliferating across the continent. Millions of Africans who were once excluded from the financial system now have access to banking, saving, and lending services. This promotes economic growth, reduces poverty, and helps build more resilient communities. However, for Africa to fully realize the benefits of digital transformation, we must tackle key challenges, and these include, but are not limited to, improving digital infrastructure, bridging the digital divide between urban and rural areas, between male and female as well, and across generations, and investing in digital literacy and cybersecurity. These investments will ensure that digital transformation reaches all corners of the continent and benefits every African citizen. In conclusion, Africa's digital future is bright. By leveraging digital transformation, we can revolutionize economic governance, optimize resource management, and create a more inclusive and sustainable future for all Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your remarks. And indeed, Africa's future is bright. At this point in time, allow me to call on my panelists. I'd like to call upon Dr. Uyuyo Edosio, who is the Principal Innovation and Digital Expert at AFDB in Cote d'Ivoire. Okay, we may be facing some technical challenges, but I will then move on to Mr. Adeyinka Adeyemi, who is the Director General of Africa E-Governance Conference Initiative in Rwanda. Please give him a round of applause. Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. As we have run out of time, we only have 3 minutes, and I hope I can ask you to help us deliver a huge task in the 3 minutes. My question to you is, in what ways can digital transformation enhance economic governance and accountability within African nations?
Right, so we can do this in 2 minutes. At the Africa e-Governance Conference Initiative, what we do is to promote e-governance. And I'd like to just, if I go to that question, to just say that the future of governance in Africa is actually e-governance, which is what everybody has said in different ways. So to promote e-governance in Africa or digital transformation, and some of the values have been mentioned, but for me, a lot would have to do with how it enables decision making. Obviously, there are data-driven systems and infrastructure that aids decision making across Africa using digital, means. There's also the value creation for sectors like agriculture, for instance. The minister from Gambia did mention a couple of things. So what we have done across Africa is to work with the agencies that promote digital transformation, because we see a lot of value in the nexus or the relationship between digital or e-governance and the sectors. If you go to education, if you go to finance, which also has been mentioned, there's just a lot of things that are happening across Africa. But there's more to come if we have the enabling laws and frameworks. If we have I don't know if you can hear me. If you have the enabling laws and frameworks in place, and if a lot of the African countries can, ensure that they follow those roadmaps that have been created across Africa, and just make sure that we do what is right, basically.
Thank you very much, sir. And please, a round of applause. I am Uyuyo. Dr. Uyuyo is online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Apologies. I wasn't granted access to unmute my mic nor my videos.
All right. It's okay. We have come towards the end of our program, and you have 3 minutes to respond to one question. And I would like you to share with us, what do you think are some of the strategies that African governments can use to adopt? I'm so sorry, I'll come back again. What strategies can African governments adopt to harness the benefits of digital transformation while ensuring the resilience of SOEs? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, and really apologies I cannot be with you in Rehab. Really, back to your question on what can African governments use to really harness the full potential of digitalization. It's in 2 ways. I'll come to the answer in 2 ways. First, there is the supply side, right? And it's been said across this conference, underlying infrastructure. There is no digital transformation without underlying infrastructure. And the first being that is good connectivity. So far, Africa has made progress in terms of mobile connections. At least 88% of Africa is covered by from 2G. If you look upwards, you see there's coverage some way, somewhat. That's great because with 2G, you can make 2G, 3G, you can make good mobile phone connections, calls. But if you're looking at critical connectivity to contribute to the AI age, you need to be backed by a fiber backhaul or some sort of very strong connectivity base so that you can contribute. And many of our African countries, we still are suffering from lack of quality infrastructure. Another thing is the affordability of this internet. Although I know that the prices of internet is definitely driven by the forces of demand and supply, but we need to think about it critical on how we use our universal service funds to really make connectivity affordable, especially for those that need it the most. So when you look at those critical infrastructure in terms of connectivity, you'd say that that's one of the backbones of digital transformation. On the back of that, I will build that the government needs to digitize more of their government services. Now, the reason for this is that the more we digitize government services and provide e-government services such like digital birth certificates or digital IDs, bank identity, you're generating data of your citizens. And this AI generation and this more so data-driven generation depends on data. Now, what's happening is that Africa generates the least data across the whole continent. And the fact remains that if we have little data, then we have little representation. So it's no worry when you read AI models and you read AI tools and they're not able to recognize some Black faces or some languages. We still even have a very long way to go on our local language models. I mean, Africa is a unique continent of diverse language skills. But if we look at how much recordings we have just in local languages alone, you would see that it's minute. Now, if we set that underlying infrastructure in place, the next thing the government would have to do is to build their human capital, because it's one thing to supply infrastructure. It's one thing to build good government services that people can access. But if people don't have the skills, how would they use it? How would not just even using it, how would they contribute to this digital age? Because the aim is not just for Africa to be consumers, but to also be
Hello, Oyoyo, are you still there? It appears that
in healthcare. But this is 1%. There's so much more that we could leverage. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have to wind up because we are really running short of time, and we had lost you a little bit there. You can go on.
No worries. So on the supply side, I would say the government really needs to focus on providing critical infrastructure being both soft and hard, underlaying connectivity and also service layers that build on top of that to make citizens want to consume. Now, on the demand side, I would say we need to build critical skills, and digital skills range from basic, intermediate, and advanced, so that we know that at every sphere we are training people, because literacy, digital literacy, is no longer a luxury. It's actually right now a human right, because the future of the world will be those who are digitally literate or not, and those who are digitally connected or not. That's the future bias. In fact, I'm saying future, but it's actually the present bias. So that's how I'll summarize it.
Thank you very much.
My intervention.
Thank you so much for your intervention. Please, a round of applause, and thank you very much for joining us. I will pass on to you for.
So in just 1 minute, I'd like to say that one of the critical things we need to do across Africa, and this is very clear from our work in Rwanda and in Zambia, is what we call the model adaptation, where you see models that are working in some parts of Africa that needs to be introduced and adapted in other parts. And I'm talking about e-governance models. I mean, Rwanda has a fantastic model that is supported by GIZ. GIZ actually is working with a rainbow in Rwanda, and that works. The question is, why can we not adapt that model in other countries? So governments need to be more open, where you have those kind of interventions, especially from development partners, as in the case of Rwanda. There's also what Zambia is doing with with the Smart Zambia initiative that can be replicated in other parts of Africa. We don't always need to reinvent, to start from the scratch. We can reinvent the wheel across Africa, and that gives us a perfect solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give my panelists a round of applause. Thank you very, very much. And you all have been wonderful. Thank you for staying with us. And we apologize for the short time that we had to conclude. At this point, allow me to invite Ambassador Sala again to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can hear me? Fantastic. Well, we are coming to the end of this workshop. Before we depart this room, I think it's quite important that we recommit ourselves as Africans to this very important cause. We've been hearing that this connectivity and the advancement of technology is no longer a luxury thing, but in fact it's a human right thing that we need to advance as such. And without advancing technology, we will not be able to build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve, the Africa that is prosperous, united and peaceful. With that, I hope we will all go back to share this information that we gain and learned today within our networks, but also, of course, without the support and the political commitment of our member states, and here represented by the able permanent representative of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and of course also from Algeria, and all other member states that are with us here this afternoon. I hope your political support will always be there to advance these very important processes. Before we officially close the meeting by the announcement by the CEO, I would like to invite you all to come here to the stage for a group photo, and then the meeting will be declared officially closed by Her Excellency, the CEO of APRM. Madam. Your Excellency.